chapter 1 through 10 of the Boruto True Two Blue Vortex. I always keep fucking up that title. So weird.
Boruto
True
True
Blue
Blue Vortex.
Two Drew Two Two Blue Vortex. Before we start, everyone, I just want to say make sure you subscribe to Kamui's YouTube channel. Kamui, can you let everyone know your YouTube?
Yes, it's Kamui. Simple as that. Search Kamui
No,
Boruto and I'll
just
show up.
Kamui. Don't you? I thought you had I thought you had like a handlebar, like the at symbol. And everything.
Oh yeah,
It's
the
at
at
something.
is at Kamui Dimension because I didn't realize you
Okay.
could do caps lock Kamui and it would work. So I just made up
Okay.
something.
I didn't even know that. Damn, I'm about to try that. And mine's is at Jiro vid. So just make sure you guys subscribe to our YouTube channels. We talk everything regarding anime, Boruto, Naruto related stuff. And we thought that it'd be a great idea to just go ahead and just discuss and review all 10 chapters. But yeah, thank you everyone for checking this out. But without any further ado, we're just gonna go ahead and get started, okay? First and foremost, what I wanted to talk about is the chapter starts off as like an introduction to a Sarada and speaking to a Konohamaru. Not Konohamaru, excuse me. Hikamaru, I should say. And really just talking about the skepticism of just, you know, everyone accusing Boruto of being this murderer and everything. And the first and foremost, I just want to say, what did you think of the actual new outfits of everything, of everybody, right? For Shikamaru, for Sarada, and for some of the other new characters that we see later on in this chapter.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I've almost tuned it out. Like, at
Okay.
first, I had more of an opinion, and now I just don't even care. At first, I wasn't
Yeah.
the biggest fan of starters, but now I don't care. With Kawaki, at
Right.
first, I was like, he kind of looks a little greasy, but I don't care
Yeah.
anymore. I do like Boruto's new design by far the best out of the new designs we got from Boruto's generation. His felt like, okay, that's a solid upgrade. For Kawaki, I prefer his part 1 design. For Mitsuki, for the most part, I don't mind his. Just sometimes Ikimoto draws him a little greasy.
Mm,
It's just an
right.
Ikimoto design thing, though. Konohamaru looks totally
Exactly.
fine. Sarada I've gotten used to. And Team Chicken Eye, whatever. They mostly look the same. Like,
Exactly. Which is honestly kind of, I don't want to say weird because at the end of the day, you did have to give them a little bit something different. Well, maybe not have to, because I mean, initially, Naruto was, well, I mean, his time skip new design was really just a little bit of a variation of what he was already wearing, but
exactly. It
just
was
like
a
some
simple. It was just a simple
exact.
change. He just got a little bit of a more mature look to him. That's all. His
Exactly.
outfit looks a
Even
little
though
bit more mature.
even
His
though
face and
it
body,
doesn't
you
look
know.
it doesn't look like it 'cause my boy has high waters, you know what I mean? Like he has like the ankles showing and then I'm like, bruh, like what is going on? Jiraiya didn't get you like some shit that actually like fucking fits. Like what is going on here? But but no, outside of that, so yeah, like I said, the chapter starts and they're just like discussing everything in regards to what happened. And this is something I wanted to ask you, Kamui, because I always thought it was kind of weird that they started the time skip so, and I mean like kind of like in a real time period, started the time skip so quickly, like after the end of the original like first Boruto manga. I think they should have maybe waited a little bit more time to kind of, lack of a better term, like kind of like replicate a real time skip if you had made more time like in real life, like kind of go by that way, you get more of a sense of an actual time skip. I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, I know what you're
Um,
saying. I don't know how
yeah.
they did it with the Naruto manga because I wasn't reading it weekly to know if there was a
So interestingly,
long
so
time gap.
interestingly enough, Interestingly enough, I actually checked that up because I didn't know beforehand too, right? So I checked it up. I'm like, because I'm pretty sure they waited like, I think like several months, maybe even like a year or so, maybe even more before they dropped Naruto Shippuden. But shockingly, they actually kind of kept it relatively similar. I think it was like about 3 or 4 months, give or take, in terms of like when the original Naruto manga ended and when they released Shippuden, which actually shocked me. I didn't know they released it that quickly, but that was like way back in the mid 2000s and whatnot. So I guess he's just kind of keeping on brand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, part of that could also be like a sales thing. Like, I mean, I don't know in terms of business wise how it works out for them with just waiting longer, generate more hype and more people to come to the first chapter. Does it make people fall off like it would on YouTube, for example? I don't know. So it's tough to say what would have been best in that regard. For me, I didn't care. I was just going with the flow. Like, I don't want to wait all year for me, so I'd rather it be shorter for personal taste. But in terms of like, would it have been better? It could have been. It might not have been. It's hard to say because I think there's pros and cons in both regards.
How much do you think they are kind of doing this like off the cuff versus how much of the manga do you think they've already have like planned out? Because when they release it so shortly after the original Boruto manga, it makes me kind of think, okay, maybe they're kind of doing this off the cuff, and I don't want to kind of get into like the later chapters and everything, but kind of a little bit of a spoiler, I think really highly of the Boruto manga, like this Two Blue Vortex manga. So to the point where it's like, okay, there's no way this could be something that was made off the cuff. This has to have been something that was pre-planned, and written out, maybe some months or maybe even years in advance of them actually releasing it. What do you think in terms of like how much they are doing that in terms of like off the cuff and just kind of like making it up as they go versus like they've had this whole thing kind of pre-planned out?
It feels like they do have a general story direction they want to hit, but to another extent, it honestly does feel kind of like they're just doing a lot of things off the cuff. Like they're almost just throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks. And the reason I say that is because there's so many side stories going on all at the exact same time. There's just one thing after another, and while you can pull them together to drive towards one central idea, which we'll talk about later, it's not the most seamless because a lot of things are unrelated or unnecessary to what could be the story in the arc. So it does feel like there is a bit of an off the cuffness going on because a lot of things are just like all over the place. And there are a lot of things that aren't there that should be there. And some contradictory things that have been said in the first 10 chapters does make it seem like they are doing it off the cuff, because if it was fully thought out, I don't think those would be there. But I want to come back to that later. So I feel like they have a sense, but they are kind of just throwing shit. I don't know how it works. I feel like they have to have been planning this out because a writer should be doing that, but it almost feels like they're at the same time. It's like, I cannot fathom a situation where they would just be writing this, like maybe they're like 1 week ahead, but it feels like they are to some extent.
Yeah, like, Kishimoto, what's gonna happen? I don't know. I'm still thinking about it.
Exactly.
I don't know. I'll let you know in about a week or so. Okay, so I don't want to get too sidetracked over here. I know I've kind of been, asking a lot of these like tangent side questions. But to kind of focus back here on chapter 1, right? So, first and foremost, what did you think about like initially seeing that Shikamaru was the one who had become the 8th Hokage as opposed to anybody else, especially the guy who was right next to him in this manga panel, Konohamaru?
So the only two people on my radar for Hokage were Shikamaru and Kakashi. I did not ever imagine they were going to make Konohamaru Hokage, nor Sakura. For a couple of reasons. Sakura is basically irrelevant to all of Boruto. It would be very random, and there's no implication for why that would be the case. In Konohamaru versus Shikamaru's case, in the story, Shikamaru has done exactly this once before. When Naruto was sealed by Jigen, Shikamaru acted as leader. Of course he would do it again. The only alternative would be Kakashi, the previous Hokage, similar to what they did with Hiruzen and Minato. When Minato died, Hiruzen took back over. They could have done that, and that would have just made sense because it's consistent with the past, but it's also consistent for Shikamaru to take over because that's literally what he did during the Kawaki arc anyway. So it's not weird. It just makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. It's interesting because Shikamaru is basically that, and we've seen it twice already. He's essentially that, like, you know, what's the best way to put this? Like, break glass in case of emergency Hokage situation. This guy becomes Hokage, if you know what I mean, because he
Yeah.
spends so much time with Naruto already and has like so much knowledge in regards to the day-to-day dealings with basically managing a village. Why would we go ahead and bring someone like Kakashi or Tsunade out of retirement? You know what I mean? Where they may not even be that comfortable doing, like, they'll do it. I believe that they'll do it if they have to, but they won't be like willing, like, hey, you know what, I'm ready to go back. You know what I mean? Like that type of mentality. I think they're enjoying retirement and they're looking forward to kind of just letting this next generation that they have right now kind of take care of things. So I
Not only
completely
that,
understand.
on bouncing on that point, I actually think
Mhm,
this would have been a real cool flashback scene to have. In
mhm.
character, I could totally see Shikamaru being like, hey, I don't think I'm right for the job. Kakashi, why don't you do a nice day as advisor? But
That would have been
Kakashi would
nice.
want to pass on the role to the next generation. And it'd be like a character motivation thing like, hey, you need to step up. You have it in you. You need to believe in yourself. And then Shikamaru's like, all right, fine, I'll do it. That would have been like a cool flashback scene to get, but that just makes sense. I honestly do think Shikamaru realistically is the best choice. As much as I want to see
Mhm.
Kakashi back, Shikamaru just makes more sense for pretty much every reason.
Exactly. Plus, and we'll talk about it a little bit later on in this chapter, but there seems to be a very deliberate choice, not even just choice, but just like a series of choices, to be quite honest with you, in terms of making sure that this next generation, when I say next generation, I mean like more so Boruto generation, but maybe a little bit of Naruto generation, but mainly Boruto generation, get the spotlight and be the main focus. You know what I mean? I'm not just talking about like main characters and the side characters directly connected to them, but I mean like the entirety of that generation, to the point where, and we'll talk about it, like I said, a little bit later on in this chapter, something that really kind of threw me off in terms of like, why is this happening like this, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. But yeah, so that's that with Konohamaru, just being there and they're discussing everything going on with Boruto. And then the last thing that I wanted to focus on here was how this discussion started between Sarada and Konohamaru. It just feels very, and it kind of goes back to a little bit of what I was talking about in regards to like how much time they've given between the end of the first part of the Boruto manga and the start of Two Blue Vortex. It feels kind of weird how after about 2+ years they're talking about this as if it happened yesterday. Kind of like
Yeah.
they like 2 years hasn't passed for them, if you know what I mean.
It's
It's
like,
almost like 1 week passed for them. You know what I mean? Like it's a little weird that this is the first conversation that they're having, whereas I juxtapose it to the original Naruto time skip, where you know the discussion wasn't just, oh shit, hey yo, no, where's Sasuke? He left the village. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't immediately that. You felt much more of a sense that 3 years had passed. There's different things going on in the village, and then once that initial introduction back to these stories and these characters, and they start to pick up where they left off with the original manga, if you know what I mean.
if you were to take the designs of the characters, draw them in part one designs, and wrote this chapter, it would have made sense. That's the
Yeah.
problem. They talk about it's the Sarda and Ada conversation is probably like the best example.
Mhm.
Everything in that converse, it's like you would have had this conversation the very next day. Like it's in the
Exactly.
case of Sarda and Shikamaru, you can argue, well, like she says, she's explained it over and over again. This is just the millionth time. But with
Exactly.
Sarda and Ada, they act like they've never had this conversation before. Ada says that recently she started to understand how it works and says things that Boruto told her 3 years ago. That's not
Mhm.
recent. And there's no way that
Exactly.
Sarada didn't ask Ada about this sooner.
That's
Like,
what I'm saying.
that just doesn't make sense. Pretty much everything that happens in this chapter should have immediately happened. And I would go as far as to say Code's invasion is another example of that. Pretty much all of this should have just happened the next day, but for some reason, it just didn't. It's a little bit weird.
It's not even a little bit weird. It's a lot weird. So and to the point where it's like I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, there's only been 10 chapters released. We'll give them more time. Maybe we'll start to learn about what actually happened in Konoha in that 2 to 3 year time skip. Because right now, it's almost like everybody joined Naruto in that dimension and everyone was fucking asleep, and then everyone just like woke up and got out except for Naruto, and then they just continued on to the events about, you know what I mean? It's like, why are you guys talking about this stuff as if it happened just like yesterday or a week ago or so? It doesn't make any sense. It's like we're led to either believe one, like two things. Either one, everyone was just in complete shock, or they just chose to just move on with their lives, and then now coincidentally they just chose to go ahead and speak about all these things that happened 2 to 3 years ago, you know. Or
but then they go on and reference in later chapters about how they've talked about each and every one of these things a million times in the past, and it's like,
exactly. So
then why are you saying it as if it's never happened before now?
Right. So that's the other thing, right? So then the other thing would be, then we're led to believe, I guess we're just listening to this conversation that they've had like a million times, but we're just hearing it for the first time, which is kind of weird, but whatever. If that's the pathway they want to take, that's the pathway they want to take. I don't know.
But I think that this kind of is an example of an overlying point. So with Two Blue Vortex, just as like a general overarching thesis, I guess, I do think that Two Blue Vortex is telling a very good underlying story, and thematically, they are staying true to several of the core themes in both Naruto and Boruto, and this is exemplified with Boruto, Kawaki, Mitsuki, Ada, Jiro, and Hidari's characters, which we can talk about later. But where Two Blue Vortex really falls short, in my opinion, is its plot and the execution of that story. More specifically, the plot randomness, plot contrivances, lack of explanation of certain events, contradictory explanations of certain events, underwhelming execution of certain scenes, the why behind certain characters' actions, which this is an example of that, and most importantly, the why we should care. Some of that ties back in the end of part 1, and some of it applies to just Two Blue Vortex on its own. That's like a very general overall feeling I have about Two Blue Vortex, and we can give examples to all of those points.
For sure. And then if we can just hold that thought for like the end of when we talk about the ending of chapter 10, so we can just kind of do like a whole overview of everything, and then we can discuss all of it. Because I think that's like the best time that like you really speak about the overall like context and themes of the story. But you brought up Ada a little bit in the discussion, which is the next part of chapter 1 that I wanted to talk about. Is really the other main talking point about chapter 1. What are your thoughts about why, and I'm talking like conspiracy theory shit, like we can go here with this. What are your thoughts about why the hell Sarada and Sumire, for whatever reason, are just invulnerable to Otsutsuki Jutsu at this point, is what we're going to start like thinking about this shit, because we see Ada be very doubtful of when they say they're under her charm effects and everything, but everyone else is under her charm effects, so she really has no reason to really call them out on bullshit, you know what I mean? Because everyone else seemingly are affected by them, and even though there's a little bit of inconsistency with that shit, it's not enough to make her like, nah, I think you guys are fucking lying, like what the hell's going on? So do you have any like thoughts, any theories as to why they are invulnerable?
Yes, so this is relying on it being good storytelling. I will preface that. Based off of everything we've gotten with Ada so far, and especially putting that into context with chapter 8 and just some basic storytelling with the concept of want versus need. I think the
Mhm.
reason they're immune is, to put it simply, because Ada needs them to be, or rather, she secretly wants them to be. She just doesn't know it. I think what Ada needs is true friends. And she essentially subconsciously chose Sarada and Sumire as those people because she thought they would relate to her, because she at least guesses they like Boruto while she likes Kawaki. And so that's why she asked them to come over in chapter 76, because she wanted to talk to people who might be able to relate to her feelings. So I think she essentially chose them as her true friends, and that's why they're immune. She doesn't know that yet, but that's why she wanted them to be, because she needs them to be. And then at some point in the future, I think when she gets what she needs, which I think is just true friendship, regardless of what you think her need is, I think when she gets that need, her love charm will actually go away, because she'll no longer feel the desire to be loved, because she'll already have what she needed. So that's what I'm thinking. I think she just needs true friends, and she chose them subconsciously. That's why they're immune.
That's interesting. I haven't heard that theory before, man. No, you really just surprised me with that. I've never heard of that theory. So
So
basically, you think like she had like a second episode with omnipotence essentially, and but it at a much smaller scale, obviously, where it only affected Sarada and Sumire, um, to essentially make her desires of having true friends, come true, and in that way, they are essentially not affected by some of the other Otsutsuki, jutsu, that
just
affects
a
everyone
specific
else.
one, omnipotence, but that's one way to phrase it. The alternative is that she basically undid it on them subconsciously,
Okay.
because I doubt she was always thinking of Sarada and Sumire in the back of her mind. So I assume it's
Right,
when she
right.
came to the village, and very specifically when she called them over, because in chapter 74, Shikadai was unaffected, seemingly due to poor eyesight. He just couldn't see Ada, specifically maybe her eyes, clearly enough to be affected. And that could just apply to
Yeah,
Sarada, even though she wears glasses. She could have just not
yeah.
seen Ada properly. But by the time of chapter 76, I think it was cemented they were going to be immune, whether Ada knew it or not.
This one is a little bit of a spoiler because a little bit later on, in this chapter, we see Himawari training with the Inoshikacho, gang and everything. How much, or I bet better off, I should ask, where do you think they're going with Himawari? You know what I mean? Because we see her been kind of hinted at as this kind of like, for lack of a better sense, a Gohan type. You know what I mean? Of like not someone who was initially, a fighter by any means, but comes from a family that does that. You know what I mean? Has great genes. They start to pick that up more so out of necessity as opposed to like their own desire to do so. And they both seem to have, and I keep juxtaposing like her and Gohan, have like this kind of like latent energy or power within them that is not common among shinobi, especially those at their age. You know what I mean? So, what do you think about that? What do you think about Himawari and where they're taking her as a character?
It's really hard to answer that, because, sad as it is to say,
Mhm.
Himawari has personality, but she doesn't yet have a lot of character. There's very minimal in terms of her motivations, her goals, what her story is. All we really
Right.
have is she wants to help Boruto out a little bit. That's really
Mhm.
it. And because of that, it's hard to say what her character journey will be. Yeah, I
Mhm.
don't know, because they haven't given us anything to work with, unlike
Exactly.
a lot of the other characters. But like, for example, Chocho. I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't even know if there will be a character story for her, but I could never tell you what it would be, because the manga hasn't given you anything to work with.
Mhm.
Same for Shikadai, Inoji, and like there isn't really anything there. They're more so plot devices. Himawari,
Yeah.
I do think has potential for a character journey, 'cause especially now. I just have zero clue what it will be, other than she might be the second Blue Vortex in the title.
Right. And I
Right.
think, and I don't want to get too much in terms of like overview. We're just finishing up chapter one over here. I think there's quite a bit to even talk about here, but I think one of the biggest issues, especially, I don't know about you specifically, but at least that I had with the first part of the Boruto manga, I didn't enjoy the lack of storytelling in regards to the side characters. It was very main character focused. And now, granted, Naruto Shippuden ended up becoming that, which was unfortunate. But I think you would agree here in terms of like one of the best things about OG Naruto was just how much Gaara's character and how much Rock Lee's character and Neji's character was expanded upon. And these guys were not main characters; they weren't side characters to the main character. They were side characters to the side characters. You know what I mean? And they're getting like very fleshed out story arcs. You know what I mean? Um, and while their story arcs tended to die off after the tuning exam time period, at least we got to see it. And we still get to look back and appreciate it. And I compare it to the Boruto manga because that level of storytelling and seriousness with handling of those side characters was never really expressed. It was really just, focused on those kind of core characters of Boruto, Kawaki, and the gang Mitsuki and all them, right? So that one, I wish they had focused more on the Chochos and the Inajins and the Shikadai and the rest of these guys, and giving them a little bit more depth, because I feel like that would have helped out a lot more in terms of the overall plot and being able to tell a better story, but get more investment, when you have more characters that actually mean something to the story as opposed to, like you were saying, simple plot devices.
Yeah, and so just to use an example, so like going back to Neji for the most
Mhm.
part is kind of like a one arc character. He exists in
Right,
other arcs, of course, but his story
right.
is the tuning exams. That's really where his
Mhm.
story is starts and finishes for the most part.
Yeah.
However,
Mhm.
because of the story we got from him, because he was the antagonist of the tuning exam, so he's a very important he's
Right.
one of the main characters of the arc. But because we
Exactly.
got something from Neji, we had a why should we care. And that made everything with Neji in the Sasuke retrieval arc matter when we thought he was going to die.
Exactly.
And specifically when he actually died in the war arc, it made his death matter. So I know we're
Mhm.
jumping ahead here, but just because it's relevant,
Right.
Inojin.
Mhm.
We were never
Right.
given a why should we care because Inojin
Exactly.
doesn't have a story. He was just a plot
No.
device that was used in chapter 10. That is,
Mhm.
sadly to say, not as good storytelling as what they did with Neji. There's similar early part 1 character dies in part 2. But there's a
Mhm.
great difference in how we feel about that scene because we were given a why to care with Neji. We were given a story with Neji. We weren't given that
Exactly.
with Inojin. If you want to say, oh, the anime gave us something, they barely gave us something, first of all. But second of all, I don't care. That's not the manga. The manga didn't give us a story for Inojin.
There we go. There we go. But it is what it is. We can just hope to at least at this point. But with that, there's not really too much else in terms of like really much to speak about afterwards. The chapter just kind of goes on and introduces Kawaki, shows off his design and everything. Kawaki isn't really doing much or isn't behaving in any kind of new or interesting ways past of what he was originally before the time skip. We see shortly after one of the Clawgrime creatures appear, and they start to actually go ahead and attack the village and everything. And actually, I saw something when I was reading through the manga here. I actually made a mistake in one of the videos that I posted. In terms of me, I said that Code didn't actually know about just how crazy the claw ground creatures may behave and just essentially just go out and attack people wildly and recklessly. But he was actually aware of that. What he wasn't aware of, and something I wanted to ask you, and this is really the last thing about chapter one, was about how Boruto essentially knew about these potential new Otsutsuki characters being created by having these claw ground creatures out and available and just like, going crazy and attacking people and whatnot. Because he says here, if I can get this specific panel here, I'll find it later. I won't go
I
digging
mean, the
for it.
general
I'll find it
idea
later.
was he
Well,
knew that the worst possible future was going to come, and he knew that they were
exactly.
divine trees awakened. Like, he already knew what they were before they awakened. Um,
Exactly, which is very surprising, to be quite honest. I don't know where he would have learned that information from.
there's only
But I
three
just want
answers I can really think of.
to.
The first one would be he foresaw a future outcome via his own power or Moboshiki's power. So he just literally saw something. The second is Koji told him because of something Amato knows. The third would be Orochimaru is the reason he figured it out based off them being in his hideout. I don't think Momoshiki told him because why would Momoshiki do that? There's no
Exactly.
point. That doesn't sound like. Why would he help Boruto? He's mad at Boruto. So I don't feel like that's the case. So I feel like it has
Yeah,
to be one of the other three. And I think there's arguments for and against all three of them. Some seem more outlandish than others, but I think it's got to be one of the three.
exactly. Okay, so that's really it with chapter one. The chapter kind of closes out there with basically Boruto's introduction. Chapter two, for the most part, and some of these chapters as well, they're pretty straightforward. The main thing that I really wanted to ask you was your general like thought about Rasengan Uzuhiko, the introduction of the jutsu, um, some of its features and everything. Just your overall thought about it. Do you like it? Do you not really like it? Do you care about the jutsu whatsoever? Do you think it's something that's really going to affect the story moving forward? Do you think it's just kind of like a one-off type of thing?
I thought it was cool, and I think there's some nice symbolic elements to it. Like Boruto using the planet that Code's trying to destroy against Code, using I guess
Yeah,
the planet that turned against him as his own power source. Blah blah blah. But beyond that, I don't really care because they didn't give me a reason to care. It was just a cool jutsu. It didn't have a deeper weight to it in the way I think
yeah,
other jutsu, like Naruto learning the Rasengan did. I had a reason to
exactly.
care for a lot of reasons. The fact that Naruto is chasing after the fourth Hokage, is learning the fourth Hokage's jutsu. It's a jutsu that is the same rank as the Chidori that Sasuke learned, and Naruto wants to catch up to Sasuke. And we can go on and on and on. There's a lot of reasons to care. The way he learned it in the fight against Kabuto was amazing.
Yeah,
Among some of my favorite scenes in Naruto. For Rasengan Uzuhiko, they could give us some cool flashbacks, but they haven't given me a reason to actually care beyond what I can figure out on my own. They didn't give it to me. I had
right.
to go looking for it. Is kind of the difference.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's definitely there's definitely that, which is look, I'm fine with that. With some of the basically just like, hey, cool shit is happening. Let's just appreciate the cool shit. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it is a shonen manga, so I'm fine with that, right? If you're able to kind of balance, very serious storytelling and underlying themes and things of that nature with just, hey, there's some cool shit, a cool jutsu going on right now. We're just gonna appreciate the design and the looks and the battle aspects of things of that nature. So that's fine. There's still more that I want to learn about this jutsu. I really feel like it's something that's gonna have a massive effect on the story later on. It's so strange. You know what I mean? The jutsu is just, it's unlike anything that I've really seen. You know what I mean? I kind of compared it because, and obviously, the anime has not actually returned yet, so we don't actually get to see it visually. But I made a video kind of breaking down, a lot of the details of what we saw about the jutsu, and I kind of compared it in terms of like visually to remember. This was definitely not the Force of Death. It was after that. This was, I think it was just like a literal random force outside of Konoha. But Naruto, when Naruto and Sasuke were fighting Gaara, and it's right at that scene where Naruto, releases a shit ton of chakra, and you
Oh,
see
okay,
like
I know
this
what you're talking
chakra
about. Yeah, it's when he
completely
starts
like
going,
just
ah!
exactly, and he has all this chakra engulf him. That's about the closest thing that I would maybe think Uzuhiko looks like. But then again, I don't know
You
because at
could
the end of the
also
day, we
say
don't
like a
see it.
Rasengan version of Chidori's stream in terms of appearances. So it's got differences because one's
Yeah.
electricity, the other one's a Rasengan, but a similar
Yeah.
idea to that.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
problem is we can't tell if it's
100%.
invisible or not because Code makes it seem like he can't see it, he can only feel it, but we see some of these swirls, so I don't know if those are just dust swirls or if those are chakra swirls. We don't really
Well,
know what. Can anyone see those swirls?
yeah, no, I think people can because he does say here in chapter 3, right when he like essentially is starting to like release the jutsu, he does say, or he at least he thinks to himself, what is this thing coiling around my arm? And this is after he's released the jutsu. This is after Boruto's actually used the jutsu against him. Excuse me, I was saying this was actually before that, but this is actually he when he used the jutsu already. And he's seeing the effects of it, but the weird thing is he doesn't like look at it as if it's like chakra. You know what I mean? Like we can all identify chakra and look at it. We see how it is, that kind of blue aura. But he speaks about it like it's just some kind of, I don't know, source of energy that no one in this verse has ever seen before. You know what I mean? He's like, what the hell is this thing coiling around? He doesn't say like, why is this chakra swirling around my arm? He says, what is this thing coiling around my arm? So I definitely want to see how this thing is animated, whenever that anime does get
Yeah, because
released.
that can make or break a little bit of your interpretation of the jutsu.
Yeah.
The anime will be helpful because, like I said, it really just depends. Like, can Coat see it, or is he just feeling a thing coiling around his arm? Yeah, that just kind of changes your viewpoint of what's going on.
Yeah. And then a few other things that I wanted to talk about with these few chapters, chapter 2 and chapter 3. I'm kind of lumping them together because I feel like they're really just one
Chapter
chapter,
2
to
is
be
just
quite
a
honest.
recap chapter. Boruto just
It's
said, I'll
literally
tell you one more time, Code, 8 different times before he just started attacking.
literally, you know. So the first thing I wanted to talk about with these with chapter 2 and chapter 3, or at least the last two, I should say, was Eamon's comments about Rasengan Uzuhiko. It was kind of weird and interesting. He talks about it almost like this is some shit that he could have just made up himself. He knows all the mechanics behind it. How do you think he knows so much about the inner workings of this jutsu already? Because verbatim, he literally says here, makes use of planetary spin. And I know he's talking about how like the ground is trembling and everything, but that's a pretty crazy jump from saying, "Oh, the ground is trembling. I know that Boruto and Kota are going at it right now. Oh, this new jutsu is because he's making use of planetary spin. Like how do you make that fucking connection right
I,
there?
I
You
mean,
know what I mean?
honestly, I think
What are your thoughts
Damon
about that?
has, first and foremost, ridiculous sensory abilities. Like the fact that he can feel the ground trembling when no one else can speaks volumes to like his perception abilities. Second, I think Damon is actually pretty smart. Like he understands how the planet works. I don't know if he went to school, but he figured out school knowledge anyway. And the third possibility, this is just a possibility, is that his eyes themselves can see some of this. So he might see like the planet spinning or chakra spinning or something visually to help him indicate what's going on beyond just sensing it. We don't know what his vision looks like with those moon eyes that he has. So that one's kind of a gray area, but he's definitely got ridiculous perception and he's pretty smart.
No, 100%. I kind of honestly, he's been kind of growing on me a little bit more. I didn't really like him, when he was first introduced, to be quite honest with you. I thought he was a little Gary Stewish. You know what I mean? It's just like,
Just do everything.
who the fuck is this? Yeah, it's just like, who the fuck is this guy? And he's like essentially the most powerful person in the fucking series up to this point, outside of like Ishiki and Barryamo Naruto. You know what I mean? It's like, and granted, I understand why, because of all the extra enhancements that were made to him. But it felt a bit much with just how much he could do, just how broken he was. I don't want to get into a whole Shinjutsu spiel because that'll just go on a whole separate tangent right now. But Damon kind of just encompasses some of the elements that I just don't love about Shinjutsu in terms of just how broken a lot of this shit is. Because when you start to break down these abilities that are classified under Shinjutsu, you're like, okay, character shouldn't be able to do this. And he has a little bit too much to that to his character,
I think it all just depends on how the jutsu itself works, what its weaknesses are, and what they do with it. Because at face value, I don't have a problem with his ridiculous power. It's just going to boil down to, well, what are they going to do with that? And in terms of the reflection ability, how does that actually work? And what actually are its weaknesses? Because I can make or break how my likability of the ability. With Ada, for example, we were given like how it works. It works on her desires. She can't actually control it. She seemingly just accidentally uses it whenever she wants something enough. Okay, so we've got an understanding of how it works, where its, I guess, quote unquote weaknesses are, at least in Ada's usage and so on, which makes it, I guess in my case, more likable. I like the jutsu breakdowns. I just enjoy seeing characters dismantle jutsu. So that's just something I like. So seeing that for Damon will make me like his abilities even more.
100%. And I hope this manga specifically kind of gets back to, because the one thing I really actually loved about Rasengan Uzuiko was the fact that they treated it like OG Naruto jutsu introductions. You know what I mean? Whether it was the Rasengan, the Chidori, etc. When a jutsu, hell, it could even be, any of the seals that Rock Lee used, during the Chunin exams. There was heavy emphasis whenever these jutsu were first revealed, and there was a lot of detailed information that was provided about this specific jutsu. Whereas in like the early parts of Boruto, it was just kind of snapping, motherfuckers are just having different jutsus just showing, and it's like, whoa, where did he learn this? What are the inner workings of this jutsu? How does this work? You know what I mean? But it was just kind of like, we don't really have time for that. We don't think you guys care. We're just going to go and showcase this new jutsu here and then just kind of move on. And it's just like, nah, like, I would like you guys to kind of keep on brand a little bit, Jutsu used to be almost like an event in a sense, like OG Naruto characters, they didn't really have like the most crazy vast arsenal of jutsu, but whenever they showcased a new one or they would learn a new one, a lot of the inner workings and details were explained over time. And I really appreciated that aspect of Rasengan Uzuiko when they introduced it, because it wasn't something that was just kind of just, hey, Boruto learns a new jutsu, that no one's ever seen before. We're on to the next shit. No, it was like kind of like broken down and really detailed. So that's the one aspect that I really did appreciate about that.
Like they had I feel like in a lot of Naruto examples, it's like they had a lot of fun spending time with how the jutsu works or how the new power works and so on. Like they really enjoyed getting into it, the process of creating it, the process of learning it, and so on. And this is where we get to the whole throwing things against the wall, hoping it sticks aspect. Some of the stuff in Two Blue Vortex right now, at least, it's like, it's just happening, but they're not having fun explaining why it's happening. There's a specific one I want to get to. It's almost like they just want to avoid doing that. That's a chapter 10 one, though. But
got you. Last thing you'll hear for chapter 3, Boruto learning, knowing, flying Raijin. What are your thoughts about it? Me personally, I thought it was pretty dope, to be quite honest. I think it added more to his claims of how much he wanted to work extremely hard over the time skip, because we know how, like training extensive the flying Raijin is, and how extremely difficult it is to learn. I think it was what Minato's like 3 aides had to literally use the jutsu in unison just to be able to use it effectively. None of them could actually use it by themselves. So for Boruto to be able to utilize this jutsu at 15 years old, give or take, I think that's how old he is right now, was just a testament to just how hard he worked over time over that time skip. But what are your thoughts about the Boruto unveiling that he knows flying Raijin as well?
So this is actually one of my favorite. This is out of all the jutsu Boruto's learned, this is by far my favorite one he's learned for a lot of reasons. The first, flying Raijin's super cool to watch in battle. Nothing more.
It's the dopest.
It's just great. It's very enjoyable.
It's so fucking dope.
I would like to see how he learned it / who taught him it, just out of general curiosity. I don't think thematically that's important. But the biggest reason why this jutsu in particular I'm very happy about is in relation to basically a contrast between Boruto and Kawaki in terms of their power and characters. So Boruto is avoiding using karma. He's avoiding using Atsuki abilities because A, he doesn't want Momoshiki to take over, and B, who he is as a person is a ninja. So, rather than using the Atsuki Karma Space-Time Ninjutsu, Boruto learned how to do it as a ninja. Not as an Atsuki, but as a ninja, flying Raijin. Exactly. Kawaki, on the other hand, is exclusively relying on the Atsuki stuff, so he will use the Karma way, the Atsuki way. So I really like that from a storytelling perspective. So flying Raijin, I think, is like, of all the things they did for Boruto in the time skip, ironically, I think that's narratively the best one.
And I think
it's the coolest one too.
It's so dope, dude. Like when he unveiled that he knew that shit, I was like, look, I fuck with our Rasengan Uzuiko. That was dope. But this shit, dude, like I honestly didn't think anyone else was gonna know this jutsu, because Minato was the only one who knew this shit. And it's like, okay, well, if Naruto's never gonna learn it, I don't know who else. I guess Boruto might learn it, but I don't know. So the fact that he actually did learn that shit was so dope to see, man.
That's just for just general curiosity. I'm wondering, like, how he learned it, because why would Kashin Koji know it? Like, yeah, Jiraiya taught Minato, but like Jiraiya didn't know flying Raijin, so I'm not fully sure how that relates to Kashin Koji. Similarly, Orochimaru. I mean, maybe Orochimaru learned it off screen, but like he never used it, so I don't know. It's kind of weird. So Boruto could have reverse engineered it, I suppose, which is cool. I would like to just see it just for the sake of knowing. I don't think it's the most important thing in the world that they need to do right now, but I mean, overall, it's cool. I'm glad he has it.
Exactly. Chapter 4, right? So chapter 4 basically begins with Boruto just using flying Raijin. He gets to this next dimension that Code was at, and he gets talking a little bit, and that's essentially the chapter where it's revealed of these brand new Otsutsuki creatures have been, revealed. I don't know how much you've talked about it, yourself on your own channel and everything, but could you talk about your own thoughts about, these new Otsutsuki characters, if you have any theories whatsoever in terms of like how you think the process really happens? There was actually a character, kind of like a nameless, faceless character, that I was like, could this potentially be Jura? I don't know.
Oh, Sawagi. Nah, it ain't Sawagi.
Wait, I think we might be talking about the same guy. I didn't know his name.
The guy with the goofy spiky hair that saved Sarada, that's Sawagi.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, Jura ain't Sawagi. There's no way. Be the biggest letdown ever.
It would be though. It really would be. Because I'm reading through this shit over again, and I'm like, no fucking way. Like this is some. If this is really it, that'll be really disappointing. But I was like, I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
Nah, I don't think
But
it can
what
be
are your thoughts
Swaggy
about
because
chapter
first
4
of
now?
all, there's another character in that same chapter who gets turned into a tree. So if they did Swaggy, what about the fifth guy? In this case, we have what about multiple people? But like, I mean, like,
Yeah.
you know, like the fact that they show two in that same chapter, I'm like, all right, no, it's probably not Swaggy. And there's a lot of other reasons why it's probably not Swaggy as well. For example, the Ishiki looking cube thing. I highly doubt that's a Swaggy reference by any
Yeah.
means.
Right.
Also, the fact that Jira is like the leader of the group. We're really gonna have Soleggi be the leader of these guys, like,
Right.
you know, like and
There's
we
just
could go on and on about more specific things, but it just doesn't make sense to be Soleggi.
yeah. So the one thing about look before I even say this honestly, because that's kind of like expanding a little bit more on it. But general thoughts about this chapter, chapter 4, and the introduction of these brand new Otsutsuki characters.
So overall, this is, in my opinion, by far the best chapter of Two Blue Vortex for a lot of reasons. But from a story perspective, really you can just skip to the ending of the chapter. It's just one of the only chapters to present like a theme, I feel like. So for example, Jura brings about a destiny topic. So run where you will, but no matter where you go, know that you can never escape your destiny. So Jura, our enemy here, is presenting an idea that Boruto should have to counteract in this arc, or at least at some point. And then with Kashin Koji, he basically paraphrases what it means to be a ninja, and I freaking love it, especially with who Kashin Koji is, his previous story with the Ishiki fight about him being a ninja. You have Sasuke in the background, the character who narrates what it means to be a ninja at the end of Naruto, and he's also Boruto's previous sensei. It was just thematically very, very good, the ending of this chapter. And because of that, it's by far the best chapter in my opinion. I also just like the building tension towards their awakening, like Boruto making it seem like, yo, we're running out of time, Code, we gotta do this, and then boom, they awaken, and it's like kind of spooky, it's like otherworldly, they're all very strong, Boruto's actually in danger now, unlike his battle with Code, so it feels threatening. I just like this chapter. It was just good. It's by far the best chapter. Not to mention, one of the only times Boruto in this entire time skip is troubled. He actually, you can see he's acting out of emotion upon seeing Hidari, who is the Sasuke counterpart here. He acts out of anger. Right. He starts attacking him, even though he knows he shouldn't. It's very good. Never mind their secret identities. Like, this is just good writing. This chapter is good.
And I agree with you, honestly. I do think it is the best chapter so far that they've released. And I'm happy you brought up that factor of like just Boruto getting that sense of like real trouble. Like, okay, if we don't get the fuck out of here, like we're done. You know, and I got that same sense as well when I was reading it, you know, because, and not to kind of go back to like being a little bit too like overviewing of the entirety of the manga, but there's been a sense of, you know, especially in the first part of, you know, Boruto, where you really start to understand why story-wise they made sure that Minato was gone for Naruto, because essentially throughout the first, you know, what is it, 80 or so chapters, 70, 80 or so chapters, there's a very minimal sense of danger outside of like the specific instances with like Ishiki and everything like that. There's a very limited amount of actual danger that you would think Boruto is actually experiencing, because at the end of the day, Naruto's there and Sasuke's there. You know what I mean? And it's like kind of being in this sandbox in a sense of like, oh yeah, this danger is like is really here, but it's like, nah, at the end of the day, the fucking, the fucking parent is right there. You know what I mean? It's like they have the parent right over there. Nothing's really gonna fucking happen. But it's like you take that kid out of the sandbox and you put them into a fucking forest and the parent's not there. Figure out your way to survive in this shit. And that's kind of like that general sense that you start to get, as you move away from the earlier parts of Boruto into where we are now with Two Blue Vortex. And it's kind of something that I anticipated was going to happen because there was just never enough of a sense of seriousness with the story. Because at the end of the day, how are we supposed to take someone like Boruto seriously as a character when Naruto and Sasuke are essentially just going to fucking, tag team kill whatever fucking enemy, you know, he comes across that's just too much for him. You know what I mean? So you knew that, maybe not you knew, but you expected that at some point they were probably going to go away. You just didn't
They'd
know
be
how
written
it was
out
going
in
to
some
happen.
manner or another. It doesn't, I mean, I expected like fully written out just based off the flash forward
Yeah,
scene dialogue with Kawaki. But even
exactly.
ignoring that, it could be something as simple as the out arc. They are away from the Leaf Village. Naruto and Sasuke
Mhm.
are not there to save Boruto. If Ao kills
Right.
them, they are dead. Same with Kashin Koji. If Kashin Koji kills them, they are dead. No one can
Yeah.
save them. But a lot of the other stuff just happens in the Leaf Village. So that's where, okay, well,
Mhm.
Naruto is obviously in the Leaf Village. So your options are
Right.
either to direct the conflict away from the village, away from Naruto and Sasuke, move Naruto
Mhm.
and Sasuke away from the village for whatever reason, such as, like,
Yep.
Jigen sealing Naruto in the ramen pot. So then they fight Boro, Naruto can't save him. Sasuke can't save him. The code arc outside of the village, although Naruto does eventually get there, and so on. You just have to remove them from the scene. But
Yeah.
there was a lot of hints that they were going to get fully removed, and I think it works good in terms of, like, especially for Kawaki's character, just because Kawaki's the one who did it. So I think it was
Mhm.
good overall.
Right. No, 100%. And I mean, but this is the thing though, right? You can remove them in terms of just like having the specific situation occur in somewhere that's not Konoha. Knowing how fast Naruto can travel and knowing that Sasuke is essentially a dimension hopper, you know that nothing that is occurring is too far away from them being able to like react and essentially solve the situation, which is why I always kind of kept in the back of my mind that these two are going to go away for the sake of the story. They have to go away in some way, shape, or form. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know what they're going to do, but they have to go away because if not, we're never going to take this kid seriously, you know? And comparing what I think of this entire manga and about all these characters right now, as opposed to what I thought about them like 20 to 30 chapters in, it's night and day. It is night and day. I really appreciate them and what they did. Um, I don't know if this was more of a we're building up to this or we don't want to do this, but thematically, plot wise, we're just gonna have to do this. Whatever their perspective of in terms of like handling Naruto and Sasuke, I'm just happy that they got to the point of saying, "Hey, we need to move forward with this story, take it another direction." And in order to do that, we got to get thing one and thing two the fuck out of here because they're taking care of all this shit, and readers are not going to take this shit seriously with these two guys here. They're just not. They're just not. Every once in a while, things may get much more serious, but that's when Naruto and Sasuke's lives are at stake. Then we're starting to sit there and be like, oh, okay, shit's starting to get real. You know what I mean? Like this is really serious. This is something that really needs to be paid attention to. We're not really sure what the outcome of this story is going to be, you know. But when they're not in those situations, eh, you're just kind of sitting there like, yeah, this is cool, this is nice, but the moments aren't really as impactful as they could be. So yeah, that's really that. I don't know if you had any lasting thoughts with these first four chapters before we move on to chapter five.
I think we've covered it pretty good for the most part. Like, I agree, removing them from the story is great for not only because they were building towards it anyway, like just the freaking first chapter, Boruto says it's gonna be at first the story of me and my dad, and then it's gonna be just my story. So I think it was always building to it, but regardless of whether it was necessary to fully remove them, I think it's better because now nobody, it doesn't matter who you are, can say, well, maybe Naruto and Sasuke can get there. You know they can't, and because of that, you're fully invested into the threat. So I like it that they removed them for that reason alone.
For sure. So chapter 5 was basically, I like when I'm wrong, honestly, in a good way, in terms of like when I guess where a story's gonna go. So basically, towards the end of the first part of Boruto, I was expecting, like many other people, that Two Blue Vortex was going to essentially start with focusing on Boruto and Sasuke's training. I'm happy I was wrong about that. They tabled that shit until chapter 5. We don't get to see any kind of back and forth between Sasuke and Boruto in regards to their training and what they actually did until chapter 5. But we do end up getting it. And it was at the point now where I'm like, we're 4 chapters in. Are they going to show it? I expect them to, but I'm not sure when they're going to do it because I really don't know where the story is going right now. But they finally, found some time to go ahead and give us a flashback of Sasuke and Boruto's training a little bit throughout the time skip and whatnot, which is something that I really wish that we got to see with Naruto and Jiraiya when their time skip. But seeing how much Naruto did not fucking learn when he came back to Konoha, I guess there really wasn't nothing to actually show. Um, it's to this day, man. Honestly, like how much Naruto did not learn in terms of like different jutsu and different techniques, it's still just annoying. Honestly, like it really is just like annoying. But anyway, I like that there's a little bit of an introduction of how their training started and whatnot, and some of their discussions that they had. What are your thoughts about chapter 5? And more specifically, with Sasuke speaking about how he really doesn't have much else to really teach Boruto after about 2 years of training.
Um, uh, I had minimal thoughts about it. Like, it was a nice scene. My main thought was in regards to the Sasuke versus Code part. I just wish we got a little bit more. I think they could have just made the scene pop more. For example, just when Sasuke's going down, I think it would have been really cool if they had, first of all, shown Sasuke like tearing down clock rhyme after clock rhyme after clock rhyme until, while Boruto's watching as he runs away, one of them gets Sasuke. Like you see it bite him, and Boruto's watching in horror, and then maybe you cut to the tree after that. I think they could have slowed it down, shown it, made it just like, it almost feels more tragic and badass seeing Sasuke like go down like a boss. And I also would have liked to have seen like how they ever got Code's eye, because realistically that shouldn't have happened unless Boruto carried in that fight and was just already really strong. Like we don't know. I would have liked to have just seen it because Code should be way too strong. So I think it was more just what wasn't shown that could have been shown there. They could have just made it longer and better. But beyond that, I didn't have too much thoughts about it. It was just nice. That's mainly it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, honestly. One thing that I actually noticed was that, do you remember those pictures about how Naruto's original design was supposed to be before, like obviously like his regular like design?
Those are fake. Those aren't real.
Oh no. Okay. But like you've seen them, right?
Yeah.
Boruto's hair at the end of this chapter kind of looks like that. It looks like the fake version of Naruto's hair, how they had him kind of looking like some blonde-haired emo child. The shit was it's kind of dope. I think it's dope, That's just one thing I noticed but here on this chapter. But yeah, no, for sure. I really wish, and you have Sasuke, one of the main characters of this story, spanning how many years at this point. You would think. Now, granted, obviously, we're not sitting here saying that Sasuke's dead or he's done in the story, but you would at least think his moment of being out of commission would be, I don't know, handled a little bit more with, you know, just care. You know what I mean? A little bit
It's
more
just
attention to detail,
rushed.
a
They
little
just
bit
skip to the
more.
end result.
Exactly.
That's what I didn't like.
It's just like,
I
hey,
like the
yeah,
dialogue. It was great. Like especially his last words. Watch over Sarda for me, Boruto. I like everything that's
right.
said. It's just why did we
It's too
skip
fast.
to the end?
You know, like the rest of this chapter, we're sitting here talking about Moegi being captured, in a tree here and it being reflected. I just feel like they fit too much in this chapter, in this specific chapter, for no reason. It's like you have basically Boruto and Sasuke training. Then you have Sasuke getting captured and turned into a tree. You have Moegi being shown as her being captured into a tree. And then you have the discussion of the new Otsutsuki creatures going back and forth about their consciousness and their level of, perception and things of that nature. It's like, why are we fitting all this shit into one chapter like it's an episode of Netflix that has only been renewed for like fucking 6 episodes or some shit? Like, we don't have to fucking pack all this shit in. We can kind of space it out a little bit more. I think if this chapter had really just focused more on the training aspect, or focused more on Sasuke's, last words and last dealings with Code and these claw grind creatures right before he gets taken, and becoming this whole tree setup that we have going on over here. I feel like that would have been much better. But it is what it is.
Yeah, they're cramming a lot of like it just gets ramped up more and more. They're throwing a lot of things at us, and it's almost making a little bit hard to fully pinpoint what the story is going for because there's just so many side stories and extra add-ins. So far, I want them to prove me wrong, but as of right now, I don't think the Moegi Tree Matsuri is necessary. As of right now, I think they could have just
How so?
skipped her and
Okay.
had the other three. Because this is one of the problems. First of all, I was never given a why should I care about Moegi. And I've never been given a why should I care about Matsuri. And most importantly, I know Matsuri's goal. It's to eat Konohamaru. I know where Konohamaru is right now, right in front of Hidari, who has a claw mark. And I don't know why Matsuri isn't there pursuing her goal. If we don't do anything about that, if I don't get an answer to that question, then there's no point to Matsuri. Just remove her. Now, if they give me something, that's fine. But so far, I have nothing. I don't know why she's there yet.
It kind of goes back to just how these side characters have been handled for quite a while, honestly. Moegi has been one of the side characters who, like, if you put her like on a list, right, of just like side characters that you would hope fleshed out and get some level of story, and I'm talking all the way back to like Shippuden, to be quite honest with you. Like, can we see anything about this apparent Konohamaru right hand, that's always around him, that knows wood release, that we basically know jack shit about, that ended up becoming the sensei of Inoshika Cho and is still being handled as a side character to the side characters. You know what I mean? But now she's now set up as one of the four horsemen of the Otsutsuki, which is, it's interesting. It's an interesting decision. I want to reserve judgment because of how early it is in regards to this whole manga. But I'm not really sure about that decision. I'm really not, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, like, and that's not to say
If
they
you had any
can't
last,
give us, they can't give us a care, but
mm,
I'm just a little skeptical right now.
at this point, right? What did you think about the discussions that these new Otsutsuki creatures had amongst themselves in regards to consciousness, the ability to actually feel, because it actually started initially with Matsuri talking about how she could feel the emotion of the Inoshika Cho group and how they felt so much despair with how Moegi's being trapped in this tree and everything. And Jura speaks then about how it's proof that your awareness is being stimulated. You know what I mean? What were your overall thoughts about these discussions? Jura is a really fascinating character to me, and
He's my
just
favorite character,
how,
to Blue Vortex, easily.
yeah, it's just he kind of reminds me of how Jigen initially was introduced in terms of like this overbearing character that is just extremely powerful, but he doesn't behave as many standard shonen villains, or really just villains in fiction, to be quite honest. Very inquisitive, very thought provoking in the things that he says, very deliberate in the things that he does as well. It's and the motivations right now, while they are relatively unclear, they're intriguing. So yeah, talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so this actually, I really like this part of the chapter. Focusing on
Mm,
Jura for a moment, one of my favorite things about Jura, and Jigen does do this actually to an extent, is he asks questions and he actually pursues answering those questions. And that's really nice just to see. He's not just doing things, it's just like, I'm given a reason to care because it's like Jiro actually cares. He has a question, he wants an answer, and he pursues the answer, and that's great. In terms of the general conversation, um,
mm,
I like this because at least as far as I can tell, this does play into seemingly what this first arc is about story wise, and that has to do with identity. In this case, their conversation is mostly about the formation of each of their individual identities. What does it mean to be what we are? Who am I? What am I? They want to find the answers to that. And I think that relates to a lot of stuff we see in this arc. For example, Mitsuki, in his case, it's about understanding Mitsuki's identity and affirming his identity. He is a person who matters. Well, who is Mitsuki? What is Mitsuki? Why does Mitsuki matter? These are good questions that these characters are sort of proposing. I do want to get into that a little bit later as one of a sort of a flaw with this arc, but
mm.
I do like this conversation. I think this conversation is very good. It also sets up some tension because we're picking out who their targets are and we're establishing goals for our villains. So this was just very nice. I generally like this chapter a lot as a whole, kind of skipping to the end here. This was one of
Yeah.
my favorite chapters too. Probably my second favorite, if I had to guess.
Mm. And I wanna I'm actually happy you brought that up because I just wanna honestly focus on that point, right? In terms of who they're pursuing and why they're choosing these specific people, you know. Um, and I think it's intentional in terms of why they're choosing each specific person in terms of being able to reveal a little bit more about desires for each new Otsutsuki, creature here. You see how, like, for example, like Bug chooses to go after Ada, and Juro wants to go after Naruto, and etc. You brought up earlier how Matsuri wanted to go after Konohamaru, and I believe Sasuke's you know clone creature that whose name I'm literally just slipping my mind at this moment, um,
Hidari.
wants to go after Hidari wants to go after Sarada. So it really begs the question: just what is the motivation behind it? Because I really don't believe that it's as simple as, hey, they're Otsutsuki, you know, and their job is to devour. So, whatever. Let's just pick and choose random people. It can't be something that's just simply random. And I'm sharing the screen here so we kind of take a look at some of these,
Yeah.
manga panels here. But yeah, if you wanted to kind of like talk a little bit more about that before we move on to chapter 6 and your thoughts about, you know, who and why they're choosing these specific people.
Yeah, so this what I'm gonna finish with isn't the most specific thing. It's more about what I want. So I mean, the easy
Mhm.
answer that most people jump to is just like the person that human loved most ends up being their target because that's who's on their mind or whatever, and that certainly works. What I think I want though, and this can relate to that, it's fine, but I want it to relate to that character's identity in a meaningful, impactful way because at the end of the day what they're trying to do is understand and create their own identities. And Jiro, like Jiro says, devour your target, and this will help lead to the formation of your identity, blah, blah, blah. So I want their targets to somehow either push against, counter, or support their identity. So, it's difficult to put this into full words here, but if hypothetically, in Bug's case, he felt that Ada either challenged his identity, like the actual human Bug believed that Ada challenged his identity in some way, or
Mhm.
created his identity in some way that could lead to why that's his target. I like that. Whether it supports or challenges doesn't really matter for my taste, but I wanted to like tie back into the concept of identity beyond just like I
Yep.
want it to go deeper than just oh I love them. I want it to have a bigger oomph to it. In
Right.
Sasuke's case, his relationship, trust in his daughter, like I feel like we can tie that into like if Sasuke's identity is I don't know how I want to put this into words, but like the point is I just
Mhm.
want it to coincide with the concept of identity to a deeper
Yeah.
degree than just I love them. That works, but I
Right.
just feel like I want a little bit more. What that's gonna
There has
mean
to
and
be
look
more.
like, I don't know, but
Exactly. And it's hard to really pinpoint it because the specific characters that each of them are desiring in terms of going after and trying to devour, right? It contrasts so much, you know what I mean? So it's definitely going to be something very interesting to see where the story kind of takes that, because it's hard to kind of if there was like a clear pattern, right? Like for example, right? Um, let's say each and every single one of these characters chose like an enemy of that specific person, you know then you can kind of maybe tie it into that. Whereas if it was a little bit more clear in terms of like someone that they really care about, right? Well, you look at, okay, well then who's Jura? Because if that's the case, then that means Naruto Uzumaki must be someone that Jura really cares about, or at least his template was someone that thought very highly of Naruto. You know what I mean? But that kind of
yeah.
goes back into, okay, who the hell would he be though? Because we've kind of already figured out where every single person that is important to Naruto is, in terms of like, are they dead? Where are they at right now? And one of the interesting things that I thought of was in terms of who it could be like outside of the village, in terms of like some of the other remaining villages, Sand Village, the Cloud Village, etc. And really, you're left to think of only Gara. You know what I mean? In terms of someone that has any true, like, real significance to Naruto and really knows him as a person, um, as like in terms of like a candidate of who Jura could be. So it really is interesting. The chapter really closes out with a discussion between Sumire and my guy here, whose name I'm just blanking out on
Amato,
all these guys'
one of
names.
my favorites.
Amado, yeah. I'm literally just blanking out on all their names right now. So they talk about like a little bit of just how the purpose of how Akebi's DNA was implanted into the karma seal of Kawaki, and how he's using that to hopefully be able to save his daughter and everything. And they talk a little bit more just about some more of that stuff, and they go on and on about just some general things that are going on, in terms of like the events that just occurred in the Leaf Village. What are your events or no, so what are your events, what are your thoughts about those events, I should say, and where you think they will kind of lead to?
So there's kind of two completely different avenues we can take with this. One would be like from a story perspective, just relating back to like identity stuff, and then we can get to also do the plot one, which the plot one's almost more fun to an extent, but it's also just contradicted later on, which is we're coming back into some of the flaws I feel like that Two Blue Vortex is having. So Amato basically says, this is how it's supposed to be. I should have, remodeled Boruto's body, gave him karma, blah, blah, blah. But for some reason, Kawaki has a karma, is a ninja tool, and nobody knows why. But I obviously did it because I'm the only one who could have done all this stuff. That karma, that's the one I made. I can tell this doesn't make sense with my memory, but, because of that, I guess my memories were altered, right? That's what he says.
Right.
Physical evidence proved it. But then, as Sarada and Sumerai point out, that shouldn't be the case because they've even done things as much as showing people family photos of young Boruto and Himawari, Naruto, and Hinata, and no Kawaki to be found, and nobody believes them. As we learn later on, apparently Sarada and Sumerai have been telling Shikamaru this over and over and over and over and over and over again. Nobody would believe them. But somehow Amato did it. That's sus. That's what they're implying. But then we get into the next couple chapters, and that doesn't hold up anymore because Shikamaru just listens to this and is like, oh yeah, that seems like that makes sense. Actually, if my memories were altered, if I flip Boruto and Kawaki's positions, that just makes more sense. That answers all my questions. So, you know what? I'm kind of doubting it, but I think it makes sense. It's like, well, if Sarada and Sumerai explained it all to you, how did you not wonder about memory alteration? Did they just not bring that up? Because according to Boruto, they explained omnipotence, the full details. But so it's like, how did he not do this sooner?
Which is, and it's funny because what you're saying really just goes right to chapter 6, and how it's kind of weird how they handled this situation. I really don't like it because, first of all, you're treating one of the smartest anime characters of all time like a dumbass. To be quite honest, I really don't like how they treated Shikamaru here. If there was one person to kind of pick up the illogical inconsistencies between Boruto and Kawaki swapping places and be able to at least line up how, okay, Boruto is actually Boruto and Boruto is not Kawaki, that actually makes sense in terms of like a lot of the different things that actually line up. If there was one character to actually pick out those inconsistencies, it would be Shikamaru. And the fact that not only does he not pick them up, essentially they just decide to just make him start believing in Sarada, even though she's been fucking telling him this shit for the past 2 years.
He didn't believe Sarada. Bro believed Amato, the guy with the history of lying, being sus, and withholding information that who Shikamaru openly admits he has never trusted. He believes Amato, but not the loyal Konoha shinobi Sarada and Sumerai. Yeah. It's like, what do you mean, bro? They tried to make Shikamaru look smart in this chapter, and in doing so, they make him look like a dumbass in the previous chapters, because before then, like Sarada and Sumerai explain, Shikamaru is just incapable of believing him because of omnipotence. That's fine. Omnipotence prevents him from using his smarts. That's fine.
Exactly.
But then they contradict it by him figuring it out in the next chapter. And it's like, but what do you mean?
You can't have both. You can't have both. You can't have both. Okay? If you want to make your justification and say, "Hey, omnipotence is the reason why Shikamaru will not be able to figure this out because his thoughts are literally altered. He's not going to think of it in that way. Then okay, then stick with that. That's perfectly fine. But if you're gonna go ahead and do a complete 180, you got to make some kind of justification as to why all of a sudden, after 2 years of just going with the omnipotence effects that Shikamaru had, why is he all of a sudden now starting to doubt his thoughts? Like, really? And now he's just going to go ahead and believe Amado with everything that he's saying and just completely just throw away everything that Sarada has been like, really? Even though he's known Sarada his entire life. But Amado, he's known for what? Now, I guess 2 years or so, give or take. And as we already discussed right here,
sus liar.
Completely distrustful. Say it again.
He knows him as a sus liar. He knows him as someone to not trust.
It's just, it's very illogical. I don't like how they handled that. It's almost like they wrote themselves into a corner and they're like, okay, what are we going to do here? Which may actually kind of give a little bit credence to what we talked about earlier in terms of how much of this are they kind of writing off the cuff, because this does not seem like something that they planned. You don't go from having Shikamaru be completely distrustful of anything that Sarada is saying to then 5 chapters later just sitting there saying, you know what? Sarada might actually have a fucking point. It's like, I'm like, what? What happened in one day that she didn't fucking explain to you over the past 2.5 years?
And that's where it's like, again, this comes back to the chapter 1 thing where it feels like all of this should have happened like a day after chapter 80, because it's like, yeah, like, so Sarada should have said it, Shikamaru should have not believed her, and then, then Amado, maybe he listens to Amado and it's just like, I wonder, and then maybe they show him a family photo and he believes him or something. Like, I don't know, like, it's just, the way it happened just doesn't make sense. The timeline doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense, and it just goes back to what we discussed in terms of just how this was released and how they started the beginning of this entire, manga. I don't hate it, and I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it was the best way to actually, introduce us back to these characters and what's been going on. It's too, like that SpongeBob, like, when you like watch SpongeBob and they'd be like, 2 hours later, you 3 hours later. Like, that's basically what the fuck is going on here. Like, 72 hours later, they're still talking about this shit. Like, what? Like, I thought 2.5 years passed, not 2.5 hours.
I know. Like, it's just like, on? And like, and even just ignore Amado's conversation. Like, Shikamaru could have figured this out otherwise. Like, it would just make more sense to him. And you live in a shinobi world where like memory altering exists and every single character just doesn't remember the things that they're seeing. It's like, when the first thing that just comes to your mind be, maybe my memories are wrong? It's like, otherwise, how are you going to explain the photo? Again, if omnipotence lets them think it and be like, nah, I reject that thought, like the love charm,
right? Cool.
But then you can never figure it out. That's fine. But he did. It's just a contradiction. I like it.
Yes, it doesn't make any sense. But moving on. The rest of the chapter is really just kind of a little bit of a slice of life type of thing, in terms of there's not really much revealed, I think, until towards the end of the chapter, when we see that Kawaki actually senses that Boruto is in the village. Amongst the stuff that happens there, or at least beforehand, I should say, it's really just a conversation between, like Kawaki just feeling, kind of, I'm not saying guilty, but almost just a little bit off, which he should, because, with everything that he's done over these past 2.5 years, I mean, the guy would have to have absolutely no fucking conscience to not really think back on, all these things that he's done, and him essentially living out a fucking lie. But from his words, as long as it's all for Naruto being safe, he doesn't really give a shit. But you kind of start to see a little bit of the doubt in terms of I think people, especially Ada, starting to think because Ada's kind of played a little bit of spectator in regards to, even though she's the literal fucking reason why all this shit has happened. She's been playing spectator, but I feel like this interaction here creates maybe the first glimpse of Ada possibly like actively doing something that really might affect the story. Because really, she's just been playing spectator. I'm just gonna sit back, use my powers, and watch everything that's been going on. Maybe comment every now and then, but I'm not really doing shit. Besides the fact of, or despite the fact that she was the person that actually started this entire thing. So I thought that was kind of interesting. What were your thoughts about, some of the ending of this chapter?
Well, some of what you're saying kind of ties into a theory I came up with. I still need to make the video on this. It is actually it ended up working on making a Kawaki video, and it just works as a good follow up. But a way of explaining around the omnipotence contradictions that don't make sense is through Ada. If Ada essentially, my reasoning for this gets into the Kawaki video, but basically, Ada loves Kawaki, the person, but Kawaki right now is more or less, this gets into the whole identity concept of this arc, but Kawaki more or less rejects his true self. He's not being or believing in his true identity. He's living a lie in a lot of symbolic ways. Omnipotence is just the perfect example here. Kawaki is more or less hiding behind the lie he created. Damon is presenting the point that, hey, your lie might get exposed. What are you going to do about it? Kawaki's just like, oh, I'm just going to kill him. Ada, though, doesn't like Kawaki the liar. We see that in chapter 80. She wasn't too thrilled about it. She called him a coward to Boruto. She likes Kawaki, the true Kawaki. And so if Ada more or less almost wants Kawaki to get exposed, not because she hates Kawaki, but because she wants the real Kawaki to come back, that could be why all of a sudden Shikamaru's figuring it out. Because Ada's power maybe didn't go away, but it's been weakened. She may not realize this, but underlyingly that might be the case. And I think that is awesome as long as they actually do that.
Which is actually great. I'm happy you brought that up because, when you talk about this entire concept of identity, and whether it's, with those new Otsutsuki creatures or with Boruto and Kawaki here, you then focus on Ada afterwards, and I mean, whatever her reasonings are for, liking Kawaki, whatever those reasons are, you are right to point out the fact that at the end of the day, Kawaki is not accepting who he actually is. You know what I mean? Now, granted, like I brought up beforehand, he doesn't really care because he's stated his clear goal from the moment all this shit happened, hell, even beforehand, which is I want to make sure Naruto is safe from any and all Otsutsuki until I fucking eradicate their existence from this universe. You know what I mean? So he doesn't really give a shit about whether or not omnipotence affects his personality or identity or whatever any of this shit is, because at the end of the day, his main goal is to keep Naruto safe and away from this shit, which I get. But the interesting plot point here is Ada, because she has been it's almost like countries at war, and you have like this one country who is like neutral, but this country is like overpowered as shit. So no one really knows where that country is gonna go in terms of like sides, but it just kind of stays in the background, just kind of observing everything. That's kind of how I'm looking at Ada right now. Depending on everything that really happens moving forward, and because of just how overpowered she is and how overpowered Damon is, with all their Shinjutsu abilities, whatever they deem as their desire or what they want to do moving forward, because they really have no alignment to Konoha or really any of these characters outside of like their initial desires. And when I say they, I'm really just talking about Ada, to be honest,
Damon's just protect
Damon,
Data so far. That's all we've
yeah,
got.
like he's just like fucking playing bodyguard and shit, you know. So he doesn't really give a shit. But she's really just kind of fixated on her own desire. She has no alignment to Konoha or any of these characters. So it really makes what you brought up really interesting to the point of like, if this kind of continues on, or maybe if her perception of Kawaki continues to dip, because I think we can all kind of see that, where her perception and her idea of Kawaki is really starting to lower, right? It really may affect what she actually does moving forward, you know, and she may very well become an active player, you know, in this story. You know, she may actually go out of her way to go and help Boruto out. You know, we will have to see that, but I just think how up in the air this situation is really fascinating in terms of just like where it can actually take the plot.
Yeah, and then I think Ada is actually, ironically, I think this is probably like the unpopular opinion, but I think Ada is one of the better written characters, particularly in Two Blue Vortex right now, because of these underlying things we can see. And we already know she wants to have a talk with Boruto. She very well might
Yeah.
help Boruto summon a Shikamaru. That doesn't mean she's going to antagonize Kawaki. I think that, at least symbolically, the idea is to bring the real Kawaki to the surface. That would be her goal in that case when she helps Boruto.
Right.
She also just doesn't want Boruto to die because she doesn't hate him. But I don't know how, what's the word I want? I'm not exactly sure like how directly she'll get involved yet, but I do think we'll get at least some more involvement from her, if at the very least nothing more than just have that talk with Boruto, whatever it is they talk about.
Exactly. Moving on to chapter 7 is probably my least favorite chapter. I like this chapter the least, to be quite honest. I don't really understand the whole sun thing with Kawaki. I've kind of been getting annoyed with it. I thought it was kind of gonna go somewhere in terms of like when he kind of was like first bringing it up, you know, in the first part of Boruto. He just kind of keeps rambling on about it. Personally, I really don't get it, and I really don't give a shit, to be honest.
Well, and this gets into the whole "why should you care" thing. If you have only read the manga,
and I'm happy you brought that up because that's exactly where I was going with it. I'm like, I really don't care.
And you know, I like Mitsuki, so I mean, it's a Mitsuki bias in my case. I like Mitsuki, so I do care because I like Mitsuki. I don't think the story really gave me a why I should care. I just did by, say, random chance. It just so happened to be the case, but I don't think the story demanded it, especially the manga. Yeah, there's in volume 0, you got the Mitsuki one-shot chapter by Kishimoto before Boruto, and we're introduced to the sun and moon thing there. But it's like almost like you retroactively had to go backwards and throw it into the manga indirectly. It's not in the manga. It's not presented in part 1 in any capacity. It's just like, hey, did you read the one shot? Yeah, the moon thing exists. Here it is, you know. Like, yeah, I knew about it, but I don't think the story demanded my care. And then I just think that this was very quick. I like elements of what happens here. I just like a lot of things in Two Blue Vortex. It just happens. It's almost like we just skip to the end without really enjoying the ride there, enjoying the journey there, really feeling the process and the emotion there. It just feels like we got there too easily, if that makes sense.
Right. It does. And I don't want to get too Mitsuki focused here. I think it's a little bit counterintuitive, because unfortunately, I don't think he's a character that's been handled very well. But because his character hasn't been handled very well, that's kind of where you lead to these moments where the story does try to kind of focus in on him, feel very not only rushed, but feel very forced and unnecessary. You know, them now granted, I did have an initial thought of, okay, maybe they're going ahead and like and establishing this as another way to of Boruto to kind of chip away at getting the rest of Konoha to believe that he really is Boruto by slowly start to like bring along all his original friends and comrades, right? Starts off with Sarada, starts off with Sumire, now we start chipping away, and now we go get Mitsuki. You know what I mean? Then
Yeah.
maybe later on down the line we may have a character moment between Boruto and Shikadai, and then maybe speaking about some of the things between them being friends and him and Inajin and et cetera, et cetera. Maybe that's where they're going with it. If that's the case, that's fine. But even then, if that's what they want to do, I don't believe Mitsuki's significant enough of a character to be given essentially his own standalone chapter where they get to talk about, frankly, nothing. Okay. They're not talking about anything. Okay. It hasn't gone anywhere. There's really no significance with that plot point to the actual overall overarching story. Um, and Mitsuki has been, like I said, a character that hasn't been handled properly. And it's almost like he's been the fourth wheel in a sense in terms of like what the writers actually want to do with him, because Kawaki's been that has maintained the role of the rival, Boruto being the main character, and Sarada essentially being the love interest in a sense, you know. So if you have all those roles there, it kind of leaves Mitsuki in this kind of weird, what do we really kind of do with this guy? He's kind of there. He was there before Kawaki, so we can't really forget about him, but kind of got to do something with him. But what? Yeah, I don't really know. He's just
Yeah,
kind
the
of there.
problem is we don't know what
Yeah.
the role of the moon is really going to be in the grand scheme of things. So it's just hard to say.
Yeah.
Like,
You know, it's really weird, honestly. But like I said, we'll see where it goes. We'll see where they take his character. There've been a few attempts, I feel like, in terms of like what they can do with his character. I did like, and not to kind of get off track a little bit, but I did like where they explored Mitsuki's past. And look, Orochimaru is someone I think should have been dead a long time ago, but for whatever reason, in the story, Kishimoto just refuses to, actually do away with this guy.
I don't know if
Which
I
is
honestly
whatever.
at this point, I don't think Orochimaru will die. Like, it'll be surprising to me. I'll need to see the build up to it. Like,
At this point, but it is what it is. I did like reintroduction of his character into the story and him at least being a little bit of a plot device for Mitsuki to be able to explore his past. Um, it is kind of an issue that I have with the overall story of Boruto that they don't pay enough attention to the history in terms of like OG Naruto and everything that we saw with the original series in Shippuden. There's not enough of that in terms of the significance and a lot of the events that happened there being brought up in Boruto. So I do like some of the things when they actually bring back these characters from the original series, which actually kind of takes me to another thing that I wanted to talk about, which was a little bit about the bullshit where we spoke about how Shikamaru just like all of a sudden now just starts to believe that his thoughts may have been altered and everything. They reintroduced Ino into the story, you know. And I don't know about you, but I actually really enjoyed seeing Ino be important and do something. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Not necessarily just because it was Ino herself, like Ino's just some great character, but it was more so I appreciated just a callback to more original characters from the original series. You know what I mean? If we got to saw Rock Lee do something significant, I would have loved to see that. Hell, even Tenten. I don't give a shit about Tenten, but hell, if even if Tenten got to do something, you know what I mean? That would have been, at least something to, interesting to see and check out. But yeah, what kind of were your thoughts? I know this was like a previous chapter and everything, but kind of what were your thoughts? I forgot to ask you about
Yeah,
seeing
so
Ino be kind of reintroduced there.
So for Ino, I mean, I hate to say it, Ino so far is just a plot device, the telephone. I'm happy to see her be
Yeah.
used though. In the case of the other old gem, this kind of gets back into like, I do think this is a flaw with especially Tubular Vortex. It's the why behind certain characters' actions. Why aren't the other characters there? I understand that they're not meant to be integral to the story, but and if that's the case, write them out. That's fine. They were never written out. So we don't know why they're not there. We don't know why Kiba wasn't trying to fight Jiro. We don't know why Rock Lee isn't over there in the 7th gate trying to fight Jiro. We don't know. And that shouldn't be the case. You could kill him. You could have him be away on a mission. It doesn't really matter what the why is. There just needs to be a why. Why aren't those characters doing things they would want to do in character? In character, all of the old Jin wants to protect the village. So why aren't they protecting the village? What are they doing? We don't know. It's again, they don't need to be in the story. They're not important to the story. But you gotta write why they're not there.
At the very least, and I wouldn't have liked this, but it's better than nothing. At the very least, if you want to just have them show up and then basically just have the main villain, which in this case would be Jura, just completely dispatch of them like Ishiki did. You know what I mean? Right before Naruto and Sasuke fought him the second time.
Well, in the anime, yeah, I think Ishiki should have just killed him. They should just made it in the manga.
You know,
just had them all die. Why not?
Exactly. But it's like, at the very least, we got to see it. You know what I mean? At the very least, we got to see, hey, yeah, what are the other strongest fucking characters in this village doing? Are they just sitting around like fucking eating ramen noodles and shit? Like, what the hell is going on? You know? But this time around, I guess so. Because one of the things that really caught me off guard was, and I don't think I talked about it, why are these fucking Genin the first line of defense when these claw grind creatures show up in the village? Like, I get it. The focus is the new generation. I 100% understand it. I'm cool with that. This is their story. These other characters are here, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, here's a good example of them doing this right. Konoha Crush Arc, they did it right, okay?
I was
this important story, Naruto versus Gaara, huge. The stakes, high. They are not the first line of defense. That was an important mission, side mission. The Jonin were fighting the Jonin. All of the Jonin were fighting the enemy Jonin. The Hokage was fighting the Sannin. And then Naruto was doing his role. Take care of this mystery getting Gaara. And it worked. We knew what every character was doing, why they were doing it, and it was very good thematically, stakes-wise, the tension and conflict, everything was good. In this case, we're just like, why isn't Konohamaru, I guess Udon, the snot guy, Rock Lee, Kiba, Shino, and so on, like, why aren't they there? Like, what are they doing?
What are they doing? You know, and I'm happy you brought that up because it was literally exactly where I was going to go with this. You know, it would be the equivalent of, you know, Sasuke and Naruto and Sakura and Ino and the rest of the Genin and whatnot having to be the first line of defense. You know, when the sound
all right, you go fight Orochimaru. Yours and just chill in the back corner.
What? It's like, what? It's like, yeah, exactly. It's like Kakashi over there is like, you know what? Rock Lee, Sakura, y'all want to take care of this? Because, like, I'm kind of tired right now. I don't really kind of feel like doing any of this shit. You guys kind of want to, like, you guys need some training anyway. You guys are kind of terrible.
That's even more than we get, though. At least then we're getting Kakashi's motivation. I'm tired and I want you to train.
Yeah.
Even that's better.
You know? Even that's better. But it's like this. It's like, no, we don't get anything. We have no explanation. They're just gone. Like, really? That you want to explain? Can we get some information about what's going on? I hope, but Kishimoto's track record does not lean to that getting explained.
It's not going to get explained. I hate to say it. Like, they're just never going to appear in the manga. It's just the honest truth.
Someone's gonna ask me, hey, so this time when these Clawground creatures were like kind of like attacking shit, and Moegi was there and whatnot. What about the rest of the Jonin? Oh, I may or may not have forgot about those motherfuckers. I
Like,
don't
bro,
know.
like Nishi is appearing more than them. It's just like just a random no name dude. Like, I don't know.
That's what I'm.
But I've accepted it. They're not going to be there. I really do think that the best thing they could have done, at least in terms of the Boruto manga, is have Ishiki kill him. Because in the Momoshiki arc, they are there. They're protecting the villagers. Like, we actually see it. And then they just disappear after that. And in the Ishiki arc, they could have again had him be there and either get critically injured to the point that they're done being shinobi, or you kill him. It doesn't really matter which you pick. The point is, now we know why they're not there. They give them all the Might Guy treatment. They have a broken leg. They're in a wheelchair. I don't care. The point is, now
Right.
it's done. It's out of our mind. We know why they're not there. We're passing on the torch to the next generation and blah, blah, blah. It works. They just didn't do it. They just never, like, you know what I mean? I mean, I hate to say we should one-off, just have Ishiki one-shot kill him, like, out of nowhere. Like,
Right.
that kind of sucks to an extent without giving him some story first. But at least they're just gone. I don't know. Like,
Exactly, something. But I don't know, man. At the end of the day, it is what it is. The chapter kind of ends off with Jura and Hidari going to the Leaf Village, and one of the interesting things about Jura is he reminds me of. I don't know if you watched Hunter x Hunter,
yeah.
but reminds me so much of Merriam.
Yes,
They're
yes, absolutely. Like,
they're these they're these
100%.
char- yeah,
He's
like they're these characters
curious.
that
Like,
very inquisitive, and it's fascinating, like looking at things from their perspective and how they view Earth. Like one of the most interesting things, and not to kind of get sidetracked here because this is a whole other anime here. One of the most interesting things about Merriam was how when he had first left the hive and he was just kind of going out and about with the rest of his guardsmen, and he gets to that castle where this fucking short, fat old looking guy is basically like the entire leader of this castle. And Merriam dispatches of him like immediately. And he comments about the absurdity of how human beings have these people in charge, in power, when they're physically and mentally the complete opposite. He doesn't even understand it whatsoever. You know what I mean? And it's something that almost kind of like reflect back to the real world in a sense of just like how there will be certain people that are in positions of power to make very critical decisions, in society, who may not have the best qualifications to be actually doing so. You know what I mean? That's at least the way that I kind of looked at it. But I thought it was kind of interesting where it's just like he's looking at it as like, what is wrong with these human beings? Like, why the fuck would they have this complete imbecile in charge, like in this position of power? He offers absolutely nothing. You know what I mean? And I compare that to Jura here because of just how inquisitive both characters are and how their commentary on humanity and how we conduct ourselves, is fascinating, especially when you're able to kind of look at it from, a third party source of someone who's not a human being. You know what I mean?
exactly. Like, all the royal guards kind of did it in their own way, but they got curious about humans and wanted to learn more. In the case of Marum, it was very much focused in, I forgot her name, but the girl with the game that they played. It was just like, I am curious, like, first of all,
Mm-hmm.
how did I just lose to her? And he just gets more and more intrigued by her and humans in general, and it morphs his character in the way it does. Jura has many similarities with that stinking curiosity about the world that he's got, like, and I love it.
Yeah, exactly. So, what are your thoughts about, and even here, it's just like the the carelessness and how they act and everything is
Oh,
just it's so
it's so
funny.
funny. I love it. I love how
It's just like,
nonchalant.
oh look,
Like
it's like a fucking Barnes and Nobles. Let's just go. It's like this whole invasion is going on. They're like, who the fuck are you? Like, get the hell out of here. He's like, oh, Barnes and Nobles right
it
there. Let's go
is
read some
so
books.
funny. It's specifically Jura and Hidari for the most part. We haven't gotten enough from like Bug to really say, but oh my god, it is so hilarious. Like, and how oblivious, so smart yet oblivious they are. You could argue Hidari's acting in some cases, but it is just so funny. They're just they're dishing out insults to like, what is wrong with these people? Why are they doing that? Oh, a bookstore. And then Hidari's just like, are you stupid? Where's Naruto? And it's just so goofy. I love it. Like,
Is it a sense of being oblivious, or do you think he just thinks so little about anyone in Konoha being any relative, threat to him, that he really literally thinks he can just walk around the village and just go ahead and gain more knowledge and it not really matter, because what the fuck is a single person in the Hidden Leaf Village going to be able to do?
I think in Jura's case, more so that one. Hidari's the one where I think it's either acting or just obliviousness. And a good example I'm going to use is chapter 10, when Jura's just like, well, what business do you guys have with us? And they're like, huh? What business? What do you mean? Do you not know your place, intruder? And then Hidari's just like, bro, answer my question. Are you deaf or are you stupid? It's like, Hidari, they did answer your question. You're an intruder. Yeah, he just like doesn't get it. So it's either acting or he's just straight up is oblivious to like what's going on. It's hilarious though, either way.
1000%. And you get the clear picture, honestly, of like why Hidari is the leader there. Because not only does he have that inquisitive nature, but because of that, it's led him to have a much better understanding of the world around him. I really just can't wait till they really like fully flesh out his character and who he is and why he really behaves the way that he does, because he really acts so different than every single other of his counterparts. You know what I mean? To the point where it's just like, I mean, I guess you can say Matsuri sort of kind of acts like him. I would say she's the most
I
similar.
think Matsuri's more like
to-
Bug. I don't know. Like I don't. We don't
Think
get enough
so?
from them. I don't. We don't get enough from
Well, the
Matsuri and Bug to really say like.
the reason why I will say Matsuri is the most similar to Jura is because of just her perception of just at least identifying the feelings of the Inoshikacho clan. And I know that's not much, but at least that level of perception of being able to notice their feelings. Whereas, you know, Bug and Hidari, they haven't really said or done much of literally anything.
I guess, but in Hidari's case, though, I could argue Hidari asks questions much like Jura. Who are we? Why are the Leaf Villagers doing what they're doing, and so on. Jura does the same. And Matsuri and Bug just aren't there to ask those questions, so we don't know. It's kind of hard to say. But I do think Jura stands out as being more unique, for sure.
And honestly, I'm just going to cut to the chase here with Chapter 9. Let's just talk about this whole ordeal with Himawari and the Nine-Tails shit. Because I'm happy that this happened, but I really, really don't fucking get it. And I'm saying I don't get it because of everything that I know with Tailed Beast, to the point where maybe this is just me being a little bit naive or just a little too hopeful. But I'm at the point now where I'm just expecting a plausible and clear explanation as to why the fuck Kurama is alive and around. because the ending of chapter 9 was just the most shocking and weirdest thing. And honestly, it was one of those things where I don't know if you felt the same way, but when Kurama died, I didn't think that was the last time we were ever going to see him.
I agree. I thought
You know
he
what I
would
mean?
come back.
It was like everything logically told me he was done in the series. You know what I mean? From everything that Kurama explained during the whole Baryon mode event. Um, I mean, he's been a character that's been around for a really long time. I wouldn't put it past him to just say, okay, I think we're done with this character. Let's go ahead and move on. You know, he's not some character who's like, oh man, we wish you could have seen more. He's been around plenty of years, you know. So if they went ahead and just did away with his character as they continued on the process of kind of eliminating Naruto from the story, I would have understood that, right? So logically, I understood everything that was going on and I agreed with it. But I don't know, man. Gut feeling wise, ever since it happened, I was just like, is this really the last time we're ever going to see or hear from Kurama? It doesn't feel like it. I don't know what they're going to do in terms of bringing him back, but it feels like they're probably going to bring him back in some capacity. So,
Yeah,
what were your thoughts when you initially saw?
I felt the exact same way. Real quick, have you read chapter 10 yet?
Bits and parts of it. I didn't read the
Okay.
whole thing yet. I wanted to
Okay.
actually kind of go over it, you know, the first time over this.
Okay, because here's the thing. I don't know if they are going to actually explain how Kurama returned for a main reason, which is something Kurama says. He offers some possibilities for, well, actually, let me just start backtrack. Do you care if I just tell you what Kurama says?
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. So, let me find, okay. This is one of my problems. This is I'm gonna come back to a couple of my problems, but Kurama explains in the midst of battle, my flame of all right, let me backtrack. As you just said, my previous self coexisted inside your father, Naruto Uzumaki. But in the midst of battle, my flame of life was extinguished. However, death is not eternal for us Biju. Even if our flesh or soul perishes, over time, a kernel of us will sprout somewhere, and we will manage to return to life. No one knows how long it will take or where it might sprout, but much less that it would be inside his daughter in this soon. The universe is full of mysteries. You may have been born inheriting a sliver of my chakra, or this was your destiny, brought into being by the Uzumaki and Hyuga blood that flows within you. This is one of the parts that annoys me though. Well, since it's already happened, the how doesn't matter. What's most important is accepting the circumstances and moving forward. In character, this works as a Kurama line. But I'm worried that because just like Kurama said, the how doesn't matter, are they just gonna not explain how he actually did it? Because it quote unquote doesn't matter? Because I'm a little bit scared that this is the case. And that's not, I don't like that at all.
So, hearing you explain that, honestly, I'm really disappointed. Because, first of all, that explanation doesn't even make any fucking sense. And it's literally counterintuitive to how tailed beasts were explained. And it literally goes against how Kurama initially explained the entire process. So I guess we're just led to believe that Kurama was just fucking lying to Naruto.
Well, that's the thing. One of the things that annoyed me. So Kurama explains this to Himawari as if like, he knows this. This is how it always happens. He knew he was going to come back.
Exactly.
So
like,
why
no,
does all of his dialogue in chapter 55 indicate that Kurama is not going to come back? Don't overdo it, Naruto, or else you might join me in no time. Don't do that. Naruto is never going to join Kurama because Kurama is going to revive anyway, first of all. Second of all, why doesn't he just tell Naruto, just so you know, I will revive at some point. I don't know when, but this will not be our last meeting. As long as you stay alive. Stay alive, Naruto, so that I can meet you again in the future when I revive. Why is he acting just like when we're gonna see each other is when you die? Don't die too soon. Like, why is he talking to Naruto like he's gonna die for good if he knows he's not going to do that? What?
And it's the illogical inconsistencies, and it's what we talked about, at the start of this discussion, where I'm not sure how much of this is being planned versus being done off the cuff. Because, and it leads more credence to one thinking that this is being done off the cuff. Because hearing this version of Kurama speak and hearing Naruto's version of Kurama speak is like two fucking different teachers. It's like, it's like you go to one science teacher and they explain something, and then another science teacher's like, oh no, but actually it's like this. It's not actually like that. You know what I mean? Or maybe exactly. It's like the same science teacher, like later on re-explaining something where it's like, but you just said that it was like this way, not that. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And it literally makes Kurama come off like a bumbling fucking idiot, to be quite honest with you.
It just makes him look like a liar for no reason. Like, I understand why he misled Naruto with Baryon mode so that Naruto would actually use it, but like, exactly. What is the point of misleading Naruto here? Like, just to make him sad for no reason?
No reason? Like, what are we doing?
And, as far as the explanation of his revival, I'm not overly mad. I will admit, with the Baryon mode explanation, Kurama explains that his chakra is converted into a different type of energy. That's why he's going to die in the first place. His chakra is not going to exist. That doesn't fully fit in line with his explanation of his revival, but he can just say eventually a kernel will sprout somewhere. That's just how it works. Whatever. But then it comes back to he's acting like he will die for good because of how Baryon mode works. But then he's explaining that he was never going to die. So it's like, what's the point of the explanation for your death? Like, I don't know, bro.
And another thing is, I wish I had the manga panel in front of me, but another thing that I really take issue with as well is how Baryon mode was explained as, like, you get the sense that it's a different way that Bijou die, if you understand what I mean. Because when you're first initially, introduced to how Kyobi's die, you get the understanding that, okay, they die, but they don't really die. They essentially just get reincarnated in a sense, and their chakra just essentially gets dispelled and regathers over a period of time, right, at a different location. But with Baryon mode, when you're introduced to it, you get the sense from Kurama that this is completely different from how any Bijou normally dies. Our chakra is not going to be able to just, dispel and then regather back in nature like it usually does.
Gone.
This exactly, this very unique way and this very unique source of chakra that we're going to activate, unfortunately, is going to literally extinguish my chakra to where it's not going to exist anymore. So it's not dispelling anywhere out in nature. It's going to literally vanish and not exist anymore. It cannot be, reignited or regathered anywhere else.
It's kind of like baking a cake. You can never just put the cake back into batter. It's been chemically changed, and that's that.
Thank you. And that's why I say that's why I initially said that it makes Kurama seem like an idiot, like a bumbling fool that just doesn't know what he's talking about. And I don't really like that because it goes back to what I was talking about with Shikamaru. That's disingenuous to their characters. You're not writing their characters properly when you have them do things that are improper to what they would actually do in these scenarios. Kurama would never just fucking lie to Naruto in that particular situation.
For
Okay,
no reason, too.
that's
There's
like the
no
number
benefit
one
to
thing
the
he would.
lie.
There's no benefit to the lie, and it's something that he would never do. That's out of character. So that's if you want to go with the lying aspect, right? Of he just chose to lie to Naruto to, I don't know, maybe he just didn't fucking torture him enough when he was 12 years old. Maybe he has to torture him when he's 32 years old.
Yeah, he's
You know
mad
what I
that
mean? Like,
he's mad that Naruto brought up the death of his parents. He's like, "Oh, you little shithead, that's it."
right. He's like, you know what? You've been a little too happy these past 20 or so years. You know, remember when you were like a fucking sad child? Let's go ahead and call back to that a little bit. Like, no, he would not do that. Okay. So that's if you want to go with the avenue of he's being a fucking liar to Naruto. The other avenue is if you want to just say he's a fucking idiot that doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Right. And if you want to go with that aspect, I don't agree with that either because Kurama has never came off as a character that, you know, an idiot or doesn't know what the hell he's talking
He's
about.
always been
know?
smart, tactical,
Mhm.
plans ahead. Like, that's been his character from since day one.
Literally since the war arc when he really started to side with Naruto and agree to actually help him out. One of the very first things we see from Kurama is very strategic things to help Naruto in battle. He's always been a very strategic and analytical thinker. You know,
Like how he was planning to break free
granted,
of Naruto. Like throughout all of the
exactly.
first half of the show. Like he's literally strategically releasing chakra, trying to weaken the seal for that one day when he can fully come out. Like the bro is smart.
You know, and it's like, no, we're just gonna make him essentially look like an idiot, or he's just like kind of double talking in a sense, and it's just gonna be, oh yeah, hey Naruto, remember when I said that, you know, I was kind of like dead and everything, and I was gonna come back? Actually, I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about because I'm here. I'm back. So, what's good, my guy?
so like now, what? I will admit, Kurama, it brings up this one as a possibility for why he's in Himawari. And I'm fine with that. That's the you inheriting a sliver of my chakra aspect. If I had to rewrite it, I would have, because of the way Baryon Mode was explained, Kurama would not have been expecting to revive through the normal Biju resurrection way because of Baryon Mode. It would be a surprise to him, and the reason he would revive is similar, but it's because his chakra already existed on Earth in Himawari. Himawari inherits his chakra, so his chakra technically already had a kernel on Earth. That's why he's reviving inside of Himawari and reviving in the first place. If Kurama basically figured that out, that's fine. But the way it's presented is he doesn't know if that's even why he's in Himawari. He's throwing out other ridiculous things that I don't think matter. And he also explains that as if like, yeah, I was just never going to die because of this Biju thing. Like I said, if they, like, the elements are there, for at least for my taste, to make it work. If he basically says, normally a kernel will appear, and as long as that kernel appears, we will resurrect. In your case, the kernel was in you because you inherited a sliver of my chakra. That's why I revived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Paraphrase that a little bit. So, that would be fine with me, but that's not what happened.
So, and I'm happy you brought that up because I actually want to talk about that. And I want to focus on that because now we start talking about, and this is the thing when you have a series that has spanned over, how long has the Naruto series been around? Over 2 decades, close to 3. If you're talking,
I think it started in 1999, like officially started then.
Okay, 99. Okay, so not quite 3 decades.
I could be wrong.
Give or take. So the thing is, when you have a series that spanned this much time, the tendency of, I brought it up before, illogical inconsistencies and things that were never pre-established, but you start to behave as if they've always been established, start to come into play, right? So when Kurama starts to talk about him, like Himawari essentially inheriting his chakra, I'm sorry, when the hell was inheritance of Biju chakra ever a thing that was pre-established in the Naruto series? I have never seen any instance of it at all.
It
There's
was
been
never
plenty of
like
Jinchuriki.
really discussed. Like the best we've got is just the whisker marks. And I'll admit, I know Udi's watching in the stage. I've hung my hat on the whisker marks meaning something because of this reason that I thought they would do this for Himawari's power. But I do think it should have been discussed a little bit sooner. Someone should have commented on the whisker marks and questioned if it mattered, at least in Boruto. Maybe they don't in Naruto, but even in Naruto, they could have used the whisker marks against Naruto. Be like, you stinking fox, you even have whiskers like a fox. Like, they could have even done that just to hammer that home, and I think that would have been great. But more specifically for Boruto, I do think that maybe they should have questioned it. Like, hey, Himawari and Boruto have those whiskers too, Naruto. Do you think that maybe like Kurama's chakra like is affecting them? You know, just present it as a possibility at least, and then follow up on it later on. You know, you go further. Because, like I said, I've noticed it, I've theorized on it, I've hung my hat on it, but technically speaking, the manga didn't give me a reason to do so. I just had that feeling because I thought it made sense. But I don't think the manga gave me a reason, a good reason to believe in it. I just was positive on it. Like, it's almost like you had to be smart when you shouldn't have had to be smart. It should have just been there.
Exactly. You know, and first of all, three main things. The first thing is, this is why foreshadowing is very important in stories, because if you're going to go that route, can you at least lay some fucking breadcrumbs so we can at least start to tie pieces together and understand, hey, oh, this was mentioned all the way back here in this chapter. This was mentioned here in this episode, etc. You don't do any kind of foreshadowing, and we're just supposed to expect it to believe, hey, no, this has always been here. Bullshit. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if they wanted to go that route, that very useless Minato manga that they released several months back, I don't know what you thought about the Minato manga. I genuinely did not like that shit at all. That was a perfect golden opportunity to go ahead and speak about that exact scenario if you wanted to. There, in that instance, you had a current Jinchuriki in Mito, and I believe that's her name. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
Mito. Well, Kushina was the current. Mito was the old lady who was the previous Jinchuriki.
The old lady. What was no? I'm talking about the flashbacks in the Minato manga.
The old lady's Mito.
The old lady
she was the Jinchuriki at the time. Yeah.
Kurama at the time. She still had a Kurama at the time, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the current Jinchuriki and the next Jinchuriki. You know, the perfect scenario to go ahead and explain how potentially, you know, biologically, the essence of a tailed beast can pass on between family members would have been in that exact scenario. But she didn't do it at all. You know, you didn't do it at all. So you wasted an opportunity with that if you wanted to go ahead with that route. But the last thing I wanted to bring up here, and it's really annoying because maybe this is me just overthinking this shit. One can literally sit here and ask at this point, yes, Minato didn't know about this. But what the fuck was the purpose of sealing Kurama in Naruto to begin with? You know what I mean? Now, granted, I kind of answered the question because Minato didn't know about it. If he knew that, you know, let's say Kushina died along with Kurama, right?
Yeah,
then
based off my theories, this could have happened to Naruto the same way as Himawari. Like, the same thing could have just happened.
The same thing could have happened. Someone can sit there and say, okay, then what was the whole point of sealing Kurama inside Naruto? Because essentially, according to you guys, the fucking essence of Kurama would have been there to begin with. And guess what? It might have been even better that way because this version of Kurama
seems like it's even stronger.
It's not even just that. He's a child along with Himawari. So if you want to kind of like fast forward this shit, they can almost kind of grow together You know what I mean? Instead of Kurama being this kind of hateful fucking being that's been around for hundreds of years and everyone just fucking hates his ass and he's just like this basically a grown ass adult dealing with Naruto who's a child. As opposed to that scenario, a different, timeline almost, right? Where Kurama and Naruto could have grown together. You know what I mean? You could have done that. I don't know. But these are the type of avenues that you just start to open up when you explain and bring up certain things like this that's going on with Himawari that really don't make any sense and go against a lot of the lore and pre-established information that you've already set in place. You start to fucking start shaking shit around. That's basically what you're doing. You're shaking shit around, and now people are going to start thinking about, oh, okay, well, this could have happened then. Then why did this happen? And then why did that happen? Granted, I guess they don't usually give a shit because everyone is reading, everyone's watching, and I guess the goal of certain writers is to get people talking about it, which is what we're doing. But it would be nice to have some level of consistency and, like I brought up before, a level of foreshadowing if you're going to go ahead and introduce these brand new concepts and behave as if this has always been around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I'm actually glad you brought the Minato thing, because in the past, what you would have thought is at most, maybe Naruto was naturally a little bit stronger because of having Kurama inside his mom. He's got the whisker mark. Maybe it makes him stronger. But that wasn't the point in sealing Kurama inside Naruto. The point was Minato believed it was the only way to protect the future. And from what we see in the story, it worked. You can argue that, hey, it was a bit of a gamble, whatever. But the point is, it worked in Naruto because he had Kurama, was able to save the world. Minato was the savior, as Naruto put it, or you could say he created the savior. It doesn't really matter. The point is, it worked. Now, though, it's like, okay, the point was it was the only way for them to save the world. But now, Kushina could have just died. I guess in that case, she doesn't get to meet Naruto. Well, actually, no. I mean, Minato could have just sealed her. I guess if you don't seal it inside of Naruto, I don't know. He probably could have just made a seal to give Kushina's chakra to Naruto, to be honest. But regardless, like for all we know, Naruto could have saved the world just with this natural Kurama thing. Maybe it would have worked better. Maybe it wouldn't have. We don't know, but it doesn't feel like it was the only way anymore. And you don't want to do that. Exactly. I didn't even think about that before then, but yeah, I don't like the fact that we can question it now. It might not be true, but the fact that we can question it isn't good.
Dude, trust me, I literally thought about this, as you were talking about it. I'm like, hey, couldn't technically this exact same thing happen to Naruto then? This exact same thing. You know what I mean? It's just and like you said, right? Maybe it wouldn't have happened, right? Like Kurama doesn't explain here in chapter 10 anything in terms of 100% this would have happened, right? Because it couldn't. Why didn't Boruto get Kurama? You know what I mean? You never know what is actually the trigger in terms of which child, if any child, even gets the essence of the parent's tail beast. A chakra. You know what I mean? So there's no guarantee to that. So I bring that up to say, yes, I understand that there was no guarantee that Naruto would have even gotten Kurama if, let's say, Minato had not sealed Kurama's actual physical form into Naruto like he originally did in the story. But like you just said, the fact that we can now question it and we can start to look at this scenario, and now it starts to kind of invalidate a lot of the decisions that are being made, because it's taken as originally, hey, this sacrifice that I'm going to make, to my son's life, essentially, is all for the greater good. Because I want him to be able to learn this power because I think it's going to be extremely necessary for the protection of the Hidden Leaf Village moving forward. Okay. Well, when you introduce things like this, now you start to question, okay, did he really have to do that? Did he really have to sacrifice himself? You know, why did he? And now it kind of goes back to what was it? What was the very first things that Naruto said to Minato when he first met him after his battle with Pain? Why the fuck did you give me this damn fucking fox thing to deal with for all these years? It tormented my life. And now it gives even more credence to that. You can sit there and say, yeah, Minato, you should have Child Protective Services called on your ass if you were fucking alive. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? You know, it makes it look so, let me not say so unnecessary, but it just invalidates his decision, you know? And I
It
really
might
liked
have been
his
unnecessary. It doesn't mean it was, but it might have been.
It might have been. It
Like
might have.
Kurama mentions, maybe it was a destiny because you have Uzumaki and Hyuga blood together. Okay, Naruto doesn't have that, so maybe it wouldn't have ended up in him. But we don't know, and it sounds like Kurama doesn't plan on figuring out why this happened either. And it's just like,
Exactly.
What do you mean?
It's almost like he's literally speaking for the writers.
Yeah, Kishimoto's telling us
saying-
the how doesn't matter, so forget about it. Yes, it does matter.
It literally, I'm literally looking at it in that sense of like Kishimoto saying, okay, guys, this is what we're going with now. Don't fucking say anything. It's cool. Don't question it. Fuck it, whatever. It's like, what do you mean don't question it? No, we're going to question it. What are you talking about? You're the one who made this shit. Like, come on, man.
And it's like, this doesn't inherently have to go against the general underlying story, but like plot things like that can just really decrease your interest in the story. If the plot doesn't make sense and it's not interesting or whatever, it's just like, well, now you might tune out of the actual story, or it might distract you too much from the underlying story. I don't think this has any bearing on any of the identity stuff that we've been talking about with characters like Jura, Mitsuki, Ada, and so on, Kawaki. But like, if this distracts, frankly, this plot thread in general is a complete distraction from what seems to be an underlying theme going on in the story. It's just a distraction, and if it annoys you, that's just going to further distract you from the actual story being told. I don't even know why they brought Kurama back now for that reason, because I don't see how this is relevant to the story of the arc. I get plot-wise because of Jura's target, but what does that have to do with the story? I don't know.
And another thing that it does is that it adds Mary Sue elements to Himawari's character, which I really don't like because I really like her character. I liked how dedicated she was to actually learning, the training of ninjutsu and taijutsu the more natural way. And it's not even the fact of her getting a bijou. I don't really care about that. I feel it's cool. The concept of it is cool. I like the fact that she has a bijou. It's the way that they did it and who they did it with that really bothers me. You know what I mean? It could have been literally maybe not any other bijou, but pick the fucking, I don't know, 2 tails, 4 tails. It doesn't matter. Okay. If she became a Jinchuriki, that's perfectly fine. Okay. Even her having Kurama. Look, I'm looking forward to, I don't know if it'll ever happen. I'm looking forward to seeing KCM 2 Himawari. Okay. That is something I'm looking forward to. But the convenience of this situation and how Kurama all of a sudden is just alive and back and is, we're going to help Himawari. And it's just like, really? Okay, and when did you mention any of this could potentially happen? Nowhere.
Not only that, this gets into, most of you mentioned this because you mentioned KCM 2. So, in terms of Himawari's power progression, there's, it's not like you mentioned. You liked Himawari training in the ninja way. You know, maybe she trains to use her Byakugan, the Gentle Fist, and so on. Like she's actually
Exactly.
harnessing her power for with it. Now, I'm going to tell you what Kurama says in a second. At first, I was worried the problem would be, well, Kurama is already on friendly terms with humans and Himawari, so he can just straight up help her without Himawari earning this power. The chapter does try to circumvent this. I just don't think they did a good job. So basically, Himawari tries to just ask Kurama for help. And Kurama explains that the only one who can do something about this is you. It should be a no-brainer. Whether you use or quash my powers, it's all up to you. And she says, you say that like it's easy, but how am I supposed to do this? And Kurama just says, I can sense that your chakra has a higher affinity to mine than any of your predecessors, more than even Naruto's. So get rid of any foolish preconceived biases. First off, you need to believe in yourself, otherwise your future doesn't look bright. Either way, the point is, Kurama's not just doing it for Himawari. He's telling her, like, yo, you gotta do it yourself. You gotta believe in yourself. Nice message, but we just get there so quickly. Like, at the end, I know it's a rage mode at the end that actually gets her to, like, bring out the power, but it's just like, it doesn't feel earned. Like, bro, it's just like, she just does it so quickly. And I don't know how they're gonna make her earn this power. I don't think they did the best job of it. Because Kurama doing it for her doesn't work. Her just getting angry, there's no threat to this power as far as we know. There's no consequence to this power as far as we know. If it's Baryon mode, then it's just going to go away. So it has to be different from Baryon mode. If it's just a regular, the way it looks, like it could be Baryon mode. It could just be like the early Naruto QBI mode. We don't really know what this form is yet. But I'm like, there needs to be a consequence to this or a struggle to gain in the first place. And I don't know what they're going to do with that because it feels like there's no struggle and there's going to be no consequence. So this power doesn't feel earned.
It doesn't.
This happened.
Another thing as well that if I think this would have been more interesting. I don't know if you would have thought this would have been interesting. I would love if they went with this route, they made Kurama a blank slate as well. Like literally, almost like because Himawari is in this state of panic and shock, it triggers Kurama waking up, and then that's where he's like, where the fuck am I? Type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's almost like Kurama's literally like reborn in a sense, and he has no prior knowledge to his previous iteration and all his experiences with Naruto.
A lot of people were thinking maybe he would be like a new Kurama, kind of like, Hidari to Sasuke or Kashinkoji to Jiraiya. Exactly. Maybe there'd be some underlying elements, but he would be a new character. A lot of people were thinking that would be the case. / wanted.
Add some kind of twist to this. Because when you don't, you bring up, and you already talked about it, how it's like, I don't know, it's like trying to like play a video game that you've already like beaten like 5 times already, but trying to like recreate all the initial moments of when you learned certain moves and when you got past certain characters. It's like you're trying to make us be wrapped up in this moment of everything that Kurama is saying. And it's like, no, these moments were built up to in the original story with Naruto. And now It's like you have this character who already went through all those experiences and essentially gets to just be a little bit of a fucking cheat code to Himawari. You know what I mean? And it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't feel right, And like I said, you're adding Mary Sue elements to a character that did not have any Mary Sue elements to her. You're making her a worse character because of this, And it's sad because I think they're handling her character very well, But when you do stuff like this and you just start to, like you were just saying, completely start to rush her character arc to the point where in one chapter we went from being in complete shock that Kurama's here to now he's explaining how to use his power. It's just like, whoa, whoa. Can we slow down for a second? You guys are moving 100 miles per hour when the speed limit is at
Literally.
55.
The pacing is insane in Two Blue Vortex.
Like, you know? And I mean, look, we'll see where it goes. Like you were saying beforehand, if it were people that maybe have just gotten introduced to Naruto, maybe in this past, in terms of like the Naruto story over the past, like maybe it's like few months or so, or a few years, not a few years, but recently is what I mean. This might be the type of thing where they're just like, what is going on here? You know what? I think I'm good. So that's the type of thing that can happen when you have illogical inconsistencies like this in your story. Now
Exactly.
for us that have been around since the original story, we're not just gonna bail out on this shit. We've been
That's the
watching
problem.
this
I
shit and reading
can't.
this
It
shit.
doesn't matter how bad it gets. I will always be
Exactly.
invested. I can't undo
E-
it.
Dude, even when like Boruto was literally unwatchable, like in some of like the first parts of the series where it just felt like a fucking slice of life manga, and you're like, is this supposed to be a shonen? Like, what the fuck is going on with this? Like, I'm still like not watching the episodes, but I'm still keeping up with what's going on. You know what I mean? Because I'm so invested in this overall verse. I'm just like kind of like peering in. Okay, what's going on over here? What's happening this time around, right? And then after a while, I really started to get reinvested into the series and everything, and started reading everything back. But for those people that don't have that level of investment in this series and has not been paying attention to this series for years, this is the type of thing that can just be people can just look at it and say, dude, this is not good storytelling. And it's not good storytelling. I'm not paying attention to this.
Exactly.
And
Like,
I don't know, man. It's disappointing to see. I hope they're able to kind of remedy this shit, but it doesn't look good right now. It doesn't look good right now.
they're
We'll
just
see where
throwing
it
so many
goes.
things out. Like I said, like the pacing's insane. They're throwing a ton of things against the wall, hoping it's cool, and they're rushing to the end result. And it's like, let's go through the journey, please.
Thank you.
There's no build up to Kurama's return. It just
None.
happened. Like, yeah, you could say, oh, Damon mentioned Himawari having insane intensity. That's not foreshadowing Kurama. That's just foreshadowing
No.
Himawari having a power. It could have been any power. I'm not going to call that
Anything.
build up to Kurama's return. Like,
We still don't really know what the I don't even know how to pronounce this to this day. The Jogan. How
the
we still don't really
Jogan.
know what that. Right. You know.
Bro, it's not
We
even.
still
Oh,
don't
no,
really
don't even get
know
me started about the
what it is.
Jogan. Oh my god. Like,
But
imagine.
I bring it up. I bring it up to say that moment when Damon mentioned that is to literally be a myriad of different things because of just how unique Himawari and Boruto are as children, being children of a current Jinchuriki, well, former and now, but but at the time, current Jinchuriki, having Uzumaki and Hyuga bloodlines, and introduce a myriad of different things. You can go over a whole list of just different things that you could just create. Let's say
Exactly.
because of that bloodline lineage that is maybe never happened before or maybe rarely happened, maybe it introduced a different type of Kekkei Genkai. You know what I mean? You never know. You can literally
Exactly.
make whatever up you want to.
Or like, it's a hypothetical. I would have been fine with Himawari in having inherited some of Kurama's power, and that leads, let's just say, it leads to a mutation. The presence of Kurama, Uzumaki, the other tailed beasts, could have influenced the Byakugan to to create that lock-on mode thing Himawari has that we still don't have an explanation of. And just make it, let's call it instead of the Tenseigan, it's the Benseigan. I don't care what you call it. You just say like, it's a mutation that's the result of all these things coming together. That works great. Like, that's fine.
I would have even taken, and a little bit of a spoiler here, I have a video that I'm making right now in terms of like, and it's based off like a what if the Hyuga, the Hyuga, Genkai, the Byakugan, right, was fully fleshed out like the Sharingan. I bring that up to say, who could have used this as a fucking excuse to go and flesh out the Byakugan? If you wanted to. Like, if you wanted to just say, go Mangekyo Byakugan, you can go ahead and do that if you want to, you know? And just figure out some kind of way to explain it. But doing this, you know what else it also felt like? It felt like Kishimoto kind of giving into pressure of a lot of people telling him, don't get rid of Kurama.
I think like Kishimoto just wanted Kurama back. And he was just like, I'm bringing Kurama back. I don't care if it makes sense. I want this dude back. That's like his favorite character, or at least one of them. Bro wanted Kurama to be in the top 20 so bad that when he wasn't in the top 20 for the polls, he just drew him anyway. Like,
that is true. I do remember he was. I think I remember reading some kind of paragraph where he was stating how he was shocked that Kurama wasn't higher or ranked higher. And he wanted to kind of, write the story focused around him. And it's like, okay, I mean, I get it. Kurama's a dope character and everything, but what do we need to know more about Kurama? I mean, he has been around for a while. So if you want to kind of explore, I don't know, previous Jinchuriki hosts that he's been, with, I guess you could do that. But what does that have to do with anything, to be quite honest, in terms of the grand scheme of things? I don't think it really had much. That's why I don't think Kurama's story was really kind of explained here. But any lasting thoughts that you have with everything with Himawari and
well, I actually just
Kurama?
thought of something. So my heart wanted the OG Kurama to come back because I love Kurama so much. But from a storytelling perspective, I very much think actually it would have been better if it just was a new Kurama or like a Kurama with amnesia or whatever. The point is blank slate, because that would have again worked with the whole identity thing. Kurama would also be discovering his identity. That just would have worked. But now that we lost that here, so we can't even use it.
Ding, ding, ding.
So and that works. Like if you ask, okay, why now in terms of the story? Well, we have a why now, but we don't anymore because it like that. My heart wants the real Kurama back, but from a storytelling perspective, I don't think it made any sense for the now, especially like.
It's like I'm literally looking at this chapter. We go from the start of this chapter, Himawari being introduced, even having Kurama at the beginning, to her essentially looking like Naruto did at the end of the Land of Waves arc. Like, huh? Like, dude, that is a lot of shit. Do you know how much Naruto went through just in that time span? First of all, he didn't even fucking use Kurama for the first, 10 years of his life? You know what I mean?
Literally,
he was kind of doing his own shit.
12.
He wasn't a shinobi or anything like that. It was only after he got introduced into the academy and everything, became a genin and whatnot, he actually started to really express, Kurama's abilities. I mean, he really didn't have a much of a reason to. He was just in the village and whatnot, right? So I get the reasoning aspect here in terms of, hey, he's being first introduced to Kurama, but it's in a very high stakes situation. So I get it, but dude, like we discussed, this is a lot to fucking throw in one chapter. And honestly, it makes me think that, I hope this isn't the case, but it makes me think that maybe this story isn't going to be quite as detailed and as thorough as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, why are you rushing so much?
I mean, this is
Why are
going to
you
get
throwing?
into a little bit of conspiracy theory territory, but
Yeah.
I'm very skeptical that Kishimoto's actually writing this shit. I like the meme it. We gotta figure this out for sure. Somebody in our last stream is pointing out something that pointed in this direction, but I've been joking that Ikimoto, the artist, is the one actually writing it. That might actually be true. But
Dude, it really might be because this dog, this is a lot even for Kishimoto. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't really seem very familiar with what he does with his stories. Now he has a tendency of kind of forgetting side characters and maybe every once in a while like leaving certain, storylines just kind of out in the air. But kind of just making shit up on the fly. That was kind of what he really did with, the Fourth War. You know what I mean?
But
In
even
terms of a lot of the
then,
shit that
it
happened.
all like it still had like the buildup is there. Like everyone's pinpoint example, Kaguya, that has a leagues and bounds more buildup than this. Like it does. So I don't want to hear any of the war complaints. Like
It's like I don't know. You really might have a point there, because this is just it's shocking. It really is shocking, and it's a lot of shit, to place in what one chapter. And this is like I think the third straight chapter that we're talking about, or the second straight chapter that we're talking about, where it was a second one, maybe not second straight, but it was this one and the other chapter where Sasuke and his training of Boruto. Those two chapters, you know, why are we going 100 miles per hour here? Like, what is the rush? I don't understand it. And the only thing that's really plausible is if he doesn't actually plan to, make this story as detailed and as thorough as at least I thought it was going to be, which is really disappointing because one of the major things, and I know we're about to wrap up here as we finish this last chapter, but one of the major things that I'm still looking forward to is what are they going to do with the talks about the Otsutsuki god and that whole concept.
I don't even know how they're gonna
Right.
relate it to the current stuff right now. Like, I just feel like they're just gonna
I don't
like. There's no build up in the direction yet for me to like say. Like maybe they're just gonna throw it out there like they have with freaking Kurama's return. Shiba's just gonna show up. I don't know. Like
I hope they don't
same.
because one of the things that I talked about was, and I guess we're probably not going to get this, but one of the things that I was hoping was that Sasuke and Boruto were essentially going to be these kind of like dimension hopping detectives to essentially hunt down Chibai, to figure out how they can reverse the effects of omnipotence. That's what I hoped. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, look, I don't know where this is going to take us. If this guy exists somewhere on some kind of plane with Sasuke's ability to access different dimensions, there has to be some kind of trail somewhere. I was thinking they're maybe going to tie up that dimension where the remember those two different Otsutsuki seals were completely like just shattered and broken. You can
I'm
see the
waiting for
remains
the
of
day that comes back to the plot.
I'm thinking, okay, maybe he's gonna have something to do with that. Maybe one of that just happened to be like belong to Chibai. I don't know, but hopefully they kind of tie all that stuff together. Man, if they don't do anything with that shit, I'm gonna be so disappointed, man. I'm gonna be
Same.
so
Like it was
disappointed. But I
too
don't
much of
know.
an emphasis on it. Like
That's what I'm saying. It's like you don't show stuff like that and just like kind of just move on to the next thing. Like you know what you're doing. Like so I'm expecting you to show something, but with the way that they're behaving with some of these chapters, it's like you guys are on like a time crunch here. Like what is going on? Like
yeah, you got 3 days to finish
I
this
don't know.
manga. Like hurry up.
Like Shippuden went on for a long time. You know, I'm starting to think now, and maybe this is me being a little bit hyperbolic here, but I'm starting to think it's not even going to be half as long in terms of how much they're actually going to put into this story and where it's even going to go. So that'll be really disappointing. Here we can talk about final thoughts with chapter 10, and then we can start to talk about the overview before we wrap up here, Kamui.
I mean, I feel like, oh, what else happens in chapter 10? This is just I don't really need to talk about Sarada versus Hidari. That was just an intro to the fight. Like, that just isn't the fight. So it's like hardly worth bringing up. Inoji. Okay. Now I remember. Okay, Inoji, I don't care if he's dead or alive for this. The point is the same. I am sorry. We addressed this way earlier with like Neji's comparison, but they did not give us a reason why we should care. Ever. The best we've got from Inojin and Himawari's relationship is Inojin saying he's gonna protect Himawari. Like, what is super special? Like, yeah, they train together, but like, what's deeper than that? What's like the big thing? Like, besides just they did some training sessions, like, and beyond that, more importantly, even if Himawari cares, why should we care about Inojin and his relationship with Himawari? Jiraiya, we all knew why Naruto would care. They trained together for 3 years. But not just that.
Exactly.
We understood why we should care. We experienced their relationship at times, learning the Rasengan. We got some flashback. Like, we just knew why we should care. We felt like we should care. But I don't think anyone felt like they should care about Inojin. He's not in the story. Bro's just standing there in some of the panels. Shikanai does all the talking. Chocho actually has the goofy personality, like the quirky character. Inojin doesn't have a character. He doesn't have a personality. He's just there. Why should I care that he's dead? I don't. I couldn't care less about his death. And that's a problem.
And I'm actually happy you brought up Neji's death, because even Neji's death, it should have been way more impactful than it actually was. But because you halted his character arc years ago, and he's been an insignificant character to the overall plot of the story for years, when it actually got to the time of his death, I'm not saying it was insignificant, because it's Neji, we all care about Neji, as a character. But I don't know about you, but I was just like, why did they just do Neji like this? Because you wanted to kill someone off and you didn't know who to kill off, and it's a war and you wanted to make it seem real, so you just picked a character and you just chose Neji.
I mean, Neji made the most sense for a lot of reasons, in my opinion, but I can understand, like I said, Neji's death is way better than this, but I can understand the fault of
it's like a better version. It's still not handled properly like it should be, because his character arc was just like completely abandoned. Well, not abandoned, but it was done years.
Exactly, he was complete, and that's where like I said, like everything with his death works in the moment. In my opinion, this is like that gap. In that sense, you can question, like, the Sasuke retrieval arc. I would have been fine with Neji's death in that arc. Same with Choji.
Right.
I think it works perfectly good as it is. Obviously, I like the war arc death because of what it does, especially with Obito and Naruto, and like a lot of this character stuff with them just being vague there. Like, Obito's abandoning the memories of his friends. Naruto wants to hold on to them in his heart. It actually breaks Naruto for a bit. He knows like kind of talk him some sense into him, so on. All that was phenomenal. I love that. But I also think Neji's death would have worked in the Sasuke retrieval arc, because it's right after his character. I mean, he has character growth in that arc, and so that's a good way to conclude it. I'm fine. Like I said, I'm fine with Neji's death. I do think the gap of time argument is fair. Because you tune out. Everybody cares because Neji was so great, but some people may have tuned out of Neji because it's been so long since he was important. That's fair.
Exactly.
And that applies to Inojin just even worse because we were never given a character in the first place. But it's also been so long since he's done literally anything. Even if you want to use the anime arguments about the drawing episode, that was like, what, 5 years ago? I don't know. It's been so long. Like, you've tuned out. Even if you did care, you've tuned out.
You've tuned out. And Inojin's character is basically a much worse version of that in terms of how it was handled. Because we've been provided essentially nothing, with him. I've always kind of just always looked at him in the background like, when are they going to do anything with this guy? Or are they just going to kind of keep having him there? Oh, you killed him. Oh, okay, great. That's nice. It's just a great way to handle a character. Just completely ignore his ass and then pretend like his death is going to be significant. Like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, wow, they killed him. I like the fact that they went there, in terms of killing off a character, because I like when, they show that level, anime show that level of realism, to actually, kill off characters and not stay too attached to them. But the key word there is attached, right? Because who the fuck is attached to Inojin as a character? Nobody, because no one gives a shit about him. Why would anyone give a shit about him? He's had no character arc.
He doesn't have a character at all. Like, you can't even describe his personality in the manga. What is Inojin's manga personality?
It's almost like a cop-out for a writer, right? It's like a writer saying, okay, I want to make this story significant. I'm going to introduce a death, but I want to cop out. You know what I mean? Because damn well, if you're going to make a death, you better make it someone that's actually significant to the story. But if you're saying, hey, I want to write a character death, but I'm going to use a character that no one gives a shit about, hell, I don't even give a shit about this character, you just made a cop-out. Okay? You didn't fucking kill off a character that you actually like or is very integral to the story. You killed off someone that might as well not even fucking existed, to be quite honest.
Exactly. Okay. You remove Inojin before this point, and it makes no difference to the story.
Thank you.
And also, there's another one. If you're going to do something like this, Inojin should be a character that he's going to serve a role, right? It should be a role that only that character can fulfill. The problem with this is, well, whether it's Shikadai, Chocho, Inojin, Konohamaru, Nishi, it doesn't matter who. It would have done the same thing, and that's not good. It should, for example, a counter example, Jiraiya's death. Mm-hmm. Okay, kill off freaking Bob down the street. It doesn't, you kill off Sai. Naruto is not reacting the same way. Okay? It's just, he's not getting depressed the way he is. It's not furthering his character the way it did. Only Jiraiya could have done that. Not even Kakashi could have done it in the exact same way. Kakashi dying would have an impact, but not the same impact. With Himawari, we have no reason to believe that Inojin is unique in this manner. That's not good. You don't want that.
And to even, emphasize what you were saying there, right? What you could have done, and I literally just thought of this while you were talking. If they had done, let's say, a quick story arc, right? Let's say Himawari is having a really hard time, kind of overcoming, the death of Naruto, right? Let's say she needs an outlet.
And right? Inojin's that outlet,
Inojin introduces her to art and drawing and speaks about a lot of, the different types of, things you can learn when drawing art and when really dedicating yourself to drawing and detailing and really making a great artwork and a great piece, right? And that type of thing, not only does it emphasize your point in terms of giving a specific character, an actual character arc, but making him significant in a way that no one else in the story could have outside of, I guess, maybe Sai, but Sai's a
No,
fucking
you don't
35-year-old man.
realize how good what you're saying actually is. I actually love this. You know why? Because this
Uh-huh.
works. This is unintentionally beautiful. So Jiro makes a comment after he stabs Inojin, like, hold on. I think I read about this somewhere. Could this be that thing known as aesthetics? Okay, aesthetics, art. This could be like another reason to tip Himawari off because it would contrast like Inojin's like, you know, beliefs about aesthetics as an artist and have that tie into like Himawari's character growth. You know, whatever. It doesn't matter what. Make it mean something to her. Then hear Jiro say something so offhanded, casual, and just flat out mean. Do you value Inojin like that? That's a reason to make Himawari mad. But it only works if art meant something to Himawari, especially conjunction with Inojin. We were never given that, though. That could have worked really well, ironically, and I'm sure you just thought of that off the top of the cuff, but it actually fucking works if they did it.
And you know the worst part about this? This is a series that has emphasized art already. Now, granted, it was more of a joking way, and I'm talking specifically about Datara, you know, and Sorcery when he talked about how their art and everything. I know it was kind of sort of in a joking, careless way because they're like fucking serial killers and whatnot. But the fact that the concept of art and aesthetics and the importance of details and what type of art is better than some other form of art. The fact that that's already been talked about in this series, and then it literally was not used. It's like a layup here. You know, it's literally a layup. I literally just thought of that right now. I'm like, and there could be a better way to introduce Inojin into the story and give him a character arc. You know, that's fine, but give him something. Don't just kill him off and then put it at the end of the chapter and we're supposed to give a shit. And then we're looking at Himawari going to whatever mode of Kurama this is. And it's like, that's supposed to feel well earned. Cut it out, man. Cut it the fuck out. You know damn well it doesn't. Okay? I don't know who you're trying to fool with that, but it doesn't work. And I really hope they don't continue on with this because this was a very bad sign, to be quite honest. It was a bad sign. I like the introduction of seeing Kurama back. He's one of my favorite characters. But storytelling-wise, narratively speaking, this was improper.
And then the next thing is execution. So never mind the build-up in this case. I just want to talk about the scene itself. And I want to compare it to some Boruto scenes. One will be anime, and two will be manga. Well, they're also in the anime. So, okay. In terms of how this scene was actually executed, it's just not as good as any of these three examples. So, the first we'll do anime only. Kagura's death in the Funado arc and Boruto's rage karma mode against Funamushi, okay? The guy that nobody cares about. That scene is still executed better because it's sadder. Okay, it's very emotional in the moment. B, we had a why we should care. We had what happens in that arc itself and in the past arc with the Hidden Mist field trip arc. And then I guess we haven't really gone the rage mode with Himawari yet to judge that part. The other one, though, this one is probably like what could have been the most shallow. It's not a death, but when Kashin Koji was burning Konohamaru alive and Boruto awakens his karma power in a rage to save him, the way the scene is done, the way it's slowed down, it just was, it felt like I felt something. I felt desperation out of Boruto. I felt Konohamaru's burning agony. I felt everyone's desperation. I felt Boruto's anger. And just the scene of Boruto using karma, especially in the anime with my freaking favorite OST in the background, it was good. And Konohamaru hasn't exactly had like the deepest character arc of all of the Boruto manga by any means. So we have minimal for why we should care, but just the scene itself was executed much better. And then lastly, Kawaki remanifesting his karma. I don't even feel like I need to explain how not only is there build up, it's just and not only do we know why we should care, that scene was slowed down so much. Like, just, it's like, slow this shit down, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like, Inochi's stab, Jura says one line, and then, like, she just pops out with the new form. It's like, there's no slow build up to her awakening it. Or, freaking Naruto, here's another similar example. When Naruto watches Pain get stabbed by Hinata, I don't know, bro. The way it was executed, it just hit so much different. And that's the thing. There's just no emotion behind it. Like, I don't feel any emotion here. Like, even if there technically should be, I don't feel it. Because why? Because the scene wasn't executed in a way to make me feel something. It just wasn't. It was rushed to the end, just like the Sasuke one. We didn't see Sasuke going down slowly. We just cut to the end. He's just a tree. Like, slow it down.
And then you know what else gives credence to that as well? First of all, Inajin is Boruto's friend. Okay. His death was supposed to impact who? Because Boruto's not there. So we're led to believe that it's supposed to impact Himawari. Okay, well, now you're starting to carry Himawari as if she's the main character, which is fine, because I think they were kind of going that way to begin with. The problem is when we kind of go back to what we've been talking about, we haven't really handled this setup properly to kind of lay it out in this way. You're using a character that hasn't been pre-established to be significant to Himawari, and then you're using that character's death as a motivation for Himawari when how often have they even been around each other, to be quite honest? Like, when did that even start happening? And being cool or being hanging, like, when did that happen? Last time I checked, Inajin was Shikadai and Boruto's boys. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, we know they've been training somewhat, but, like, we don't even know how often they train. We don't know if they train every day, if they train twice a year. We don't know. We can only guess.
No. It's like if Sasuke saw Hinata die from pain, or thought that it's like, was that supposed to affect Sasuke? Sasuke doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, like in the 5 Kage 7, that's why Sasuke's in a rage in the 5 Kage 7 arc, because of Hinata getting stabbed.
Right, like what are we doing here? It goes back to, like, what we talked about. You're not setting this up properly. You're not showcasing the proper characters. You haven't even really surrounded Himawari with anybody significant outside of Boruto, to be quite honest with you. And you're not going to kill your main character off. So then, outside of Boruto, and outside of Naruto or Hinata, who else has she been around that is significant enough in her life to where their death would trigger some kind of reaction of her going into fucking tail beast state?
It's just her family, none of which are going to die in this moment. Like,
and they're all too important. The other one you could say is Kawaki, I guess.
But he's not dying now. Bro is one of the main antagonists.
But that's my point. That's exactly my point. You're not killing Kawaki in chapter 10. So cut it out. Cut it out with this. Stop speeding through the story for whatever reason, because it's really unnecessary.
Ironically, this death, I'm not saying this should be the case, but it actually almost works better for a Boruto rage moment if you wanted to go this route. If Boruto got angry and just instinctively used the Karma Seal and accidentally let Momoshiki take over, almost like Naruto in the Pain arc after Hinata gets stabbed and he lets Kurama take over, you could have gone that route. I'm not saying you should, but Inoji's death almost works better for Boruto's case, because that's something that serves into a lot of the plot and story, because Boruto's trying to prove himself, Momoshiki taking over leads credence to Kawaki's whole point about killing Boruto because of Momoshiki and a lot of other avenues. Everyone seeing Boruto go crazy would be impactful. Like, that actually would do something. But right now, the Kurama thing is very random. And also, what does any of this have to do with the identity stuff? Himawari is not... This has nothing to do with that at all. It's just random.
Before we even bring it back to that, right? Because I'm so happy you brought up how this could have been related back to Boruto to that extent. Because if you remember, I think it was chapter 8, maybe. I'd have to go back and find it. But when Boruto and Kawaki have their kind of, back and forth,
Yeah, chapter 9.
And Boruto... Chapter 9. And Boruto just kind of like easily dispatches of him, almost in a similar way to like how Sasuke dispatches of Naruto in early Shippuden.
Actually, we skipped over this, but I'm glad you brought that up.
And he brought up, have you been training these past 3 years? Like, what the fuck have you been doing, right? Boruto says something similar to Kawaki, like, what have you been doing these past few years? Because I've been fucking working my ass off, okay? But right before, or maybe it's right before he leaves, or maybe it's during he leaves, Kawaki notices that Boruto can't actually fully control his karma seal. And he's like, wait, he can't control his karma seal. And the reason why I bring that up is because if you had actually used Inoji's death properly, in this instance, which is make him a death for Boruto, then you could have emphasized that point, that little nugget that you just left.
Something we're actually building towards. Like, we're building towards that anyway. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying this is the only way to use it, but this is one way they could have done so.
It would have been perfect. It would have been so perfect. Because now you start to give credence to what you just mentioned right there. Boruto doesn't have full control of the karma seal. He sees one of his best friends from childhood get fucking slaughtered, and he completely loses control. And
it's
one
like
of the interesting things about it,
although I know Inoji's not Boruto's best friend, but it's kind of like that.
Yeah, exactly. And one interesting thing about that as well is throughout this entirety of chapters 1 through 10, one of the most interesting things I've noticed about Boruto is his level of control. It feels like he's constantly holding himself back. He seems very composed. So to put him in a scenario to really challenge that level of composure that he's been able to maintain for 10 chapters would have been really intriguing to see. But again, you don't even utilize that because Boruto's not even here. You use him as a death for a character who, from everything that we've seen, shouldn't really give two shits about him to the extent of going crazy like that. You know what I mean? Earlier, I brought up Hunter x Hunter and Merryweather. One thing that really annoyed me, I don't know to what extent you watched the series.
I've watched all of it, Cobb and the manga too, so okay. I'll know whatever you're talking about.
Perfect. Remember how in the anime, in the manga they handled it so much better, but remember how in the anime had Gon behave so upset and so like he was so outraged when Kite died?
Yeah.
And if you were like an anime only watcher, you're like, okay, I get he's like kind of like a teacher and stuff. Like, why do you care this much? Why are you tripping? Like, you don't know this guy this much. That's because they handle it improperly in the anime. In the manga, they actually pre-established Kite there. So when they have him die at the hands of Pito, it actually means something.
Interesting. I haven't read this arc in the manga. I only knew the anime version of it.
Well, no, check it out in the manga, dude. They actually set it up. And it's why if you read the manga before reading the anime, you would have been annoyed at how they handle that shit. Because it's like, what are you doing? This doesn't make any sense. You haven't pre-established Kite anywhere in the anime at all. Why are you acting as if Gon has known him all his life? But in the manga, now granted, he doesn't really know him all his life, but he does know him. You know what I mean? So when his death does happen, it's actually significant. It actually makes sense. You start to
It gave
see
you a
the
reason to
reaction.
care. Like,
Exactly. You know what I mean? And I bring all that up because it reminds me kind of this situation that we're dealing with right now with Himawari. We're really gonna sit here and pretend that Himawari would go this batshit crazy because Inajin that she barely even knows just died. Like, huh?
but
To
the art thing you came
compare
up with,
another
like the art
anime.
thing you came up with off the top of your head, like that, I actually think
Mhm.
that would have worked, especially in relation to what Jura says about aesthetics. That is so
Yeah.
simple. It doesn't require. I'm not saying that's like peak fiction, the greatest Bond ever, but like that's something.
Right.
It ties into the anime,
Mhm.
ironically, but it's
Yeah.
self-contained to the manga too. Put that in there. I
Exactly.
think in part one would be a great time to start it. Maybe as a side story. You know, you start to do it and then you elaborate on it a little bit more in this arc in the beginning. You know, it doesn't really matter, but they give us something before this. And then I think the art thing works really well. Like if you're gonna stick with the Himawari Inojin thing, the art thing is actually probably the best way to do it.
You watch have you watched DBZ?
I have not. I've only seen Naruto, Boruto, Hunter x Hunter, JJK, and Attack on Titan, and Death Note.
Okay. I would highly advise watching at least maybe not the original Dragon Ball
Everybody tells me
series
I know I
because
gotta watch Dragon Ball Z at some point.
would just watch Kai because I think Kai does a very good job of just summarizing the OG series. But anyway, so the reason why I bring it up is because I don't know how much you know about Gohan as a character originally, but Gohan has actually a similar situation, kind of like this, where there's a character. I think his name, he's Android 20. There's three androids. Is Android 17, Android 18, and then this other android is Android 20, I believe. But basically, Gohan meets this character, Android 20, within the same arc. And I mean, like, very closely to when this android character actually dies. And it basically, like, triggers Gohan, and he goes batshit crazy. And I remember watching it and just sitting there thinking, dude, you barely known this guy. You've known him for like a few chapters. Why are you behaving like this? You're acting as if Goku just died. Goku did not just die. This is a fucking character, an android that you met a few chapters ago. Like, what is this behavior? It doesn't make any sense. You know, but I bring it back as just like I bring it back to what we're talking about here, and to just highlight it's just another example of improper storytelling and trying to you can't fool the audience or you can't force the audience to feel a certain way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're trying to achieve here, but you speed rushing through certain character moments is not going to make us go, oh man, dude, like
It'll make
that
the Twitter
shit was
people
like
do it, that's for sure.
quality story. No, it wasn't. Say it one more time.
I said it'll make the Twitter fans do it though, apparently.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So overview before we head out here. Overview of the first 10 chapters in general. What are your thoughts about it? And then what are your hopes and expectations for where the manga is going to go moving forward?
So, I had a really big thing actually about the overview. This had to do with like the story point. Um, I want to
Okay.
start with just hopes because that'll be a little bit quicker. So, in the
Mhm.
immediate future, I am sincerely hoping that they're going to cash in on the Boruto Momoshiki thing. Boruto will make some sort of mistake that leads to Momoshiki coming out. And that Momoshiki is going to do something that's going to basically cause problems to Boruto. It's going to leave a lasting impact, and it's going to support Kawaki's agenda. I just think that is, vaguely speaking, something that needs to happen, and the build up for it is there. If that doesn't happen in this arc, I am going to be so freaking disappointed. I also want there to be an actual clash of ideals. A question with two or more differing answers that Boruto is going to fight to prove an answer to, whether he succeeds or not. We haven't gotten these things yet, but like I am hoping for that. I'm also hoping for, consistency, slowing things down, giving us why Matsuri and Bug aren't there, answering a lot of our random questions that have no answers, and so on. But my biggest thing, honestly, is I want to see my boy Momoshiki do something bad, and I want it to matter, and I want there to be like a story as well.
I think Momoshiki is, first of all, I think he's a great character. Honestly, I like where they've taken his character so much, to where he's essentially like this fucking like evil babysitter that's just trying to kill this child. I think if they were to go that route in terms of Boruto making some kind of mistake to where Momoshiki gets unleashed again, I hope, and I think this is something I think will happen. He does some kind of course correction, because remember how confidently Momoshiki used to speak in regards to what was going to happen, you know. But he was so shocked in terms of like how the events turned out, and he believed that Boruto was going to lose faith and just kind of be all sulking and just kind of give up and whatever, and then he'd just be able to kind of take over and whatnot. That didn't happen, right? He was completely shocked that Boruto was able to have that level of like confidence in himself to just kind of keep going, right? So I think if they were to go the route of revealing Momoshiki again, I believe Momoshiki very quickly would try something or do something to course correct that situation.
Exactly.
Because his plan was, in some way, shape, or form, what was the exact quote? These
those blue eyes shall eventually take everything from you. That's why I want Boruto to make a mistake that leads to this. So that way that actually makes sense.
Right. So I hope that's where they go with his character.
Yes.
In terms of what you brought up, in terms of a clash of ideals, it actually reminded me of, so I just made this video of like the greatest rivalries in anime history. And one of them that I ranked, I think, at 4 was, I don't know if you watched the original Pokemon series, but Ash and Paul, I ranked it at number 4. And so that's a series I haven't really watched.
It's been
of,
too long for me to know. Like I know certain things from what I have watched, but like too long for me to remember like those specifics.
Got you. So Ash and Paul, I ranked it at number 4, and one of the major reasons why was because how much Paul challenged Ash's beliefs as a trainer, unlike any other person that he'd ever come across. He made him literally question whether or not if his way of being a Pokemon trainer was actually sufficient enough. You know what I mean?
And that's good. That's exactly really what you want from an antagonist.
Exactly. And the reason why I bring it up is to bring it back to what you brought here, which is who do we all kind of pretty much agree is the best villain in all of Naruto? Pain, right?
Pain or Obito?
For the most,
for different reasons.
Obito's another name. Someone may, but I would say generally most people would say Pain, right? And if I were to generalize again, I would say the main reason is because he challenges Naruto unlike any other person that he's come across. He's the only person that essentially left Naruto there speechless. The motherfucker that doesn't ever shut the hell up. Naruto didn't know what the hell to say. He was like, okay, and then what about my village? That the Hidden Leaf village just fucking trashed and torn apart? Or does the Hidden Leaf village only matter? Naruto couldn't say shit. He was sitting there like,
completely speechless. And
And that's the
like you
point.
said, but it's not just that he pushed Naruto. It's like there's a no, well, it's like no, he pushed Naruto. He made Naruto doubt
Yeah,
himself with the clashes of their beliefs. Like he pushed
exactly.
Naruto into a corner, which is what you want your antagonist to do, and
Uh-huh.
Naruto had to overcome that, find his own answer. But it's only because Pain gave him a difference of opinion, a difference of thought process, a difference of ideology, a different answer to a question. How do you get world peace? And so on. It's because Pain actually did that.
This reminds me of a video that I watched a while back. I was breaking down, and the title of the video, I believe, was like "How to Write a Good Villain," and they were specifically talking about Heath Ledger's Joker, and really emphasizing just why the Joker is such, a great antagonist, specifically for Batman. And the part of the video that I really enjoyed watching was when they talked about just how much the clash of ideals between the Joker and Batman, consistently exists, and how the Joker, you know, is there to essentially be this main antagonist towards the soul of Gotham, right? Um, and he battles Batman, and they go back and forth for the soul of Gotham, and almost like what the true nature of human beings are. Are human beings like more innately good? Are they more willing to do good? Or as the Joker puts it, is everyone literally just one bad day away from turning out like him? You know what I mean? So I bring that all up to say, just to emphasize just how important it is and just how great it would be to see another villain like that, you know?
And I
Now,
think
granted, I believe
potential's there. It just need to do it.
I would think that first and foremost lay the foundation and the groundwork for that. I think we need a little bit more clarity in terms of where Boruto stands in terms of his ideologies. You understand
Yeah,
what I mean?
absolutely.
Because I mean, Naruto, this guy's been shouting he wants to be the fucking Hokage since he was fucking a toddler. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the first fucking word he said. You know, and
That's it. If Naruto got hit by the freaking the word sword thing that Kinkaku and Kinkaku had, we already know Hokage is the ceiling of the
right,
pot.
facts. Actually, it's funny. I want to talk about Kingaku and Ginkaku for a second, but that's a little bit later on. But I bring up Naruto to say we could clearly see where his ideologies were. So when Pain was introduced into the story, the clash there was so clear and just so understood. Boruto is in almost like a gray area as a character. You know, I think he has a lot of different thoughts between what he's been able to learn from Naruto, what he's been able to learn from his own experiences, what he's been able to learn from Sasuke, what he's learned, you know, from being around people like Kawaki and Momoshiki. And I bring that all up to say I don't think he's defined enough as a character to introduce his own Joker, if you understand what I mean. Whereas Naruto, I believe, had a much stronger foundation as a character. He was ready for his own version of the Joker, which is Pain, right? I don't think Boruto is quite ready there yet. I think his character needs to be developed a little bit more over time. And I think his ideologies as a character and what he firmly believes in terms of what it means to be a shinobi, what it means to, be a person living in the ninja world at this current moment in time, what he's supposed to do with his powers, you know, uh, where he stands with all the different relationships that he has. Those haven't been really established and really set in place enough to the point where I think a great kind of counter villain is is ready to be introduced into the story. But
It
that's just kind
seems
of
like
my
we
thoughts.
know in the future that it'll happen based off that flash forward scene. But like you said, yeah, we need like there's very subtle signs perhaps of certain things in Boruto's beliefs, but we do need a firm understanding of where it is that Boruto stands on whatever topic is being presented in a given arc, and obviously the
Definitely.
overall story as well. We need to know exactly what it is that Boruto believes and whatever the important
Exactly.
questions are. We just don't yet. And so it makes it
Uh-huh.
hard. We don't know this yet. Like in the terms of this arc, we don't really know that for most of the characters, for that matter, if not all of them. We don't know
Mhm.
their thoughts. So I think this is a good segue. I wanted to get into this. This might be a little bit of a long winded thing, but I do want to bring up
Yeah,
all of
go
this.
for it.
So, in
Mhm.
every story arc, I wrote this out. So, in every story arc, you should absolutely be able to pinpoint a specific question or idea or group of questions or ideas that are being presented in that arc. And you can do this for a lot of the early Boruto arcs and all of the Naruto arcs. For example, in the Land of Waves, the primary question is, what does it mean to be a ninja? In the Chunin exams, the primary question would be, is destiny something for the world to decide, or is this something for you to decide? Or another way to put it, does your destiny control you, or do you control your destiny? In Konoha Crush, the main question is, where does true strength come from? The Boruto movie also asks that as one of its main questions, and so on. And upon examining these questions or ideas, you'll find that the protagonist and antagonist will have conflicting answers to those questions, or they're just going to outright propose two very different ideas. For example, in the land. Whoops. Okay. For example, in the Land of Waves, Zabuza argues that shinobi are emotionless tools, while Naruto argues that shinobi are more than tools, they are human. In the Chunin exams,
Uh-huh.
Neji argues that people are bound by destiny and that can never change, meaning your destiny controls you. While Naruto argues that you can absolutely change your destiny, meaning that you control your destiny. In Konoha Crush, Gaara argues that true strength comes from fighting for yourself, Orochimaru argues it comes from the amount of jutsu you possess, while Naruto and Hiruzen argue that it comes from love and fighting to protect the things you love. And in the Momoshiki arc, Momoshiki argues that true strength comes from external sources like chakra pills and chakra fruits, while Naruto argues that true strength comes from within internally, and that's why he banned the use of scientific ninja tools in the Chunin exams and disqualified Boruto, because Boruto was relying on an external source of power, like Momoshiki, rather than harnessing his own power from within, which is what a shinobi must do. External sources like chakra pills and scientific ninja tools are meant to amplify the power that comes from within, not to replace the power that comes from within. And coinciding with this, we have like a clash of ideals or a bet between Sasuke and Naruto, where Sasuke argues that even if the times change, the soul of a shinobi never changes, because a shinobi is one who endures, has the guts to never give up, and finds power from within to protect the things that they love. This is what we learn throughout all of the story of Naruto, which is what the Boruto movie is a sequel to. And Boruto eventually does exactly that at the end of the arc, proving Sasuke right. Even though the times have changed, the soul of a shinobi didn't change. Boruto wasn't being a ninja during the Chunin exams. He didn't want to endure. He tried to find shortcuts to everything he did and relied on external sources of power, like scientific ninja tools, to achieve his goal of getting Naruto's attention. But he redeems himself and becomes a true ninja by the end of the arc, when he used his own strength from within to hit Momoshiki with a vanishing Rasengan, rather than just letting Naruto finish off. And rather than just letting Naruto finish off Momoshiki with his own massive Rasengan, Naruto amplified the Rasengan that Boruto himself made to let Boruto fight to protect everyone and finish off Momoshiki instead. In other words, he let Boruto prove himself as a ninja. With all those examples in mind, we can clearly see that the story presents these questions and ideas through the characters themselves. Like I said, the protagonist and antagonist of the arcs, we know exactly what their stance is on a given question or topic. But in Two Blue Vortex, based off the questions proposed by Jiro and Hidari, the conversation between Mitsuki and Ada, the conversation between Mitsuki and Boruto, and the underlying actions of Boruto and Kawaki, I don't know what you think, but for me, it feels like the arc is related to the formation and affirmation of one's identity. That's literally what the Shinju are trying to do right now. That's literally what Mitsuki realized after talking to Boruto and so on. I don't have any other subject matter to pinpoint as like part of the story of this arc. But the problem is, we can't find any clash of ideals or answers to a question anywhere in this arc. Symbolically, Kawaki's rejecting his identity. For example, he is Himawari's big brother, but he rejects that. He doesn't want her to call him that. He rejects his identity. Just an example. Boruto is fighting to prove his identity. You know, he's not the one who killed Naruto. Naruto's actually still alive. Omnipotence, blah, blah, blah. Jiro, Hidari, and Mitsuki are trying to understand their identities, but nobody is proposing a conflicting viewpoint on the topic. How does one form their identity? Nobody's given an answer to that question. Nobody's clashing on the topic. They're just fighting superficially in the plot. Like in the Land of Waves, the story isn't Zabuza saying, I want to kill Tazuna, while Naruto says, I want to protect Tazuna, and that's it. That conflict's merely the avenue in which the characters end up in a clash in the first place. But that's not the story. It's the plot that sets up the story. The actual story of that arc is what it means to be a ninja. We can do this with all of the examples. But in Two Blue Vortex, we only have the plot conflict. Jiro and Hidari invading the Leaf Village to devour their targets. But there's no story conflict being told yet. So, I'm almost done, sorry. We have somewhat of a symbolic message behind the scenes. And we, as readers, can create our own question with those messages in mind, but the story itself isn't begging the question, unlike our other examples. And that's what separates a good story from just a, I guess, interesting plot. Yeah, it's possible that we just haven't gone there yet, but I think ideally it would have at least begun to have been presented by this point, but it hasn't been. We're 10 chapters into the story. Bare minimum, you're going to say 5 into the arc if you're going to count the first 4 chapters as the prologue. So we could say, or I guess it would be 6 chapters counting chapter 5. So we're 6 chapters into the arc, and we don't know the story of the arc. We don't know the clash of the arc. I don't think that's good. But now I'm going to let you ramble for a minute.
No, dude, you first of all, that was very well said. I appreciated, hearing a lot of the thematic breakdowns of each and every single one of these arcs, that I care so much about, that I've been paying attention to for a while. But to focus a little bit on the Land of Waves arc. And I don't know if you remember when I remember talking about how I think I said that was a better arc than the Chunin exams arc. And part of the reason was just because how not narratively, actually, thematically important it was, and the key word, with what you were speaking about was subtext, and it kind of goes into that saying of, don't tell but show,
Exactly.
in terms of storytelling. You know what I mean? You don't want to just go with a whole bunch of exposition and, hey, yeah, this character is doing this and this character is da 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 da. Like, that's We get it. I think we can understand a story. You don't have to fucking explain stuff. And bad movies tend to do that. It just has a bunch of exposition and characters explaining stuff. Don't tell, show what's going on. Okay. And to your point, right? To that great scene of Naruto pleading to Zabuza, like, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you kidding me? This guy was with you for years. He lived for you. Okay. Like, you're telling me you don't give two shits about him as a human being? That can't be. You can't even be a human being saying shit like that. And Zabuza doesn't reply immediately, or he doesn't say some kind of generic shit. You just see a simple teardrop.
Dude, it's one of
You're
the best
shocked.
scenes in Naruto, man. I'm telling you, it's so good.
It is one of the best scenes because you're sitting there and you're like, oh shit. And then you hear the words Zabuza says right after. Your words cut deeper than any blade.
So good.
That's writing, my guy. Like, that is how you write. That's how you cook. Okay? That is what we're talking about here.
And
You know?
that comes back to execution. For example, seeing
Yeah.
the tear and then seeing Zabuza's full face, and like you just see him like
Yeah.
his eyes dripping in tears, and he's saying like, you know, I guess something that has a good symbolism, like, you know, Zabuza, the guy with the giant blade, using a blade like metaphor, like your words cut deeper than any blade.
Exactly.
Like, dude, it's so good. That makes you feel the scene. And then like Naruto like crying as he's like going on his monologue about like how could like Haku live for you and stuff. Like, you feel the scene. That's what you want. I don't feel Itoji's death. I felt that scene with Zabuza and Naruto. And that's what you want from a story. The story's not just to tell you something, it's to make you feel something.
It's supposed to make you feel something. It's supposed to make you question something as well. You're not questioning, and it kind of goes back to what we're talking about. What is the actual point here that's being discussed? Now, I keep giving this story the benefit of the doubt because of the writer that has gained so much good reputation with his previous stories. Give him some time to go out and tell his story. It's only been 10 chapters, but 10 chapters in, there isn't really anything clearly that is being stated thus far, right? And right now we have a cop-out death and a lot of forced scenes and situations that don't really feel earned, right? So I don't really like where it's going thus far. I do like some of the elements that have been introduced, but some other things that have been introduced as well have not been properly handled well at all, you know. And what's making me really start to second guess it now is because you're starting to take characters that were actually, I think, was having an initial good setup, and you're just kind of taking them left. You know what I mean? And I bring up Himawari for this exact example as a character who was, I believe, was being handled well and being slowly set up. And then it's like, no, we're just going to take her from moving 25 miles per hour and slowly build up her story. She's going to go fucking 10,000 miles per hour right now.
Well, you know, like
Kurama's back. Oh no, she got fucking Nine Tails beast mode right now. Let's fucking go, baby. It's
you
like,
know,
are you
it's
writing
a
the next
superficial
Fast and
coolness.
Furious movie, dude? Like, what are you doing?
And that takes away, you know, I just thought about this one on the fly here, but I was remembering, like, one of Himawari's, I guess, stories is, like, deciding for herself who she wants to be. Does she, especially in the anime, does she want to be a ninja, or does she want to be an artist, or whatever? Coming back to the identity thing in this arc, you know, we could have related that, but Kurama distracts from that, at least in my opinion. Kurama's return takes away from Himawari understanding her identity, what she wants to do, who she wants to be, if she wants to be a ninja, which, you know, it seems like we're going in that direction, right? I think we can capitalize that on this arc. But like, Kurama is distracting from that. Even if they do it now, it's almost just like too much of a left field distraction that has nothing to do with that story for Himawari. Like, if anything, like, we're getting like I guess a confidence thing going on. It's nice, but like, what does this have to do with Himawari deciding who she wants to be? I don't know. Like,
And because of that, right, get to the point where you're sitting there and you're like, okay, you were initially setting her up, and it's honestly one of the main questions. I'm happy you brought this up because it's really something that I wish was more explored with these characters in terms of like the realistic aspect of it. If we're in an age of peace and you have Naruto and Sasuke and a lot of these different, Jonin village leaders all across the world that are in unison together, working together, how necessary is it for all these shinobi? Like that could literally be a plot point, right? Let's say 10 plus, what was the time scale? I think 13 years or so, give or take, right? Maybe 15
it's
years or so.
16
After
years or
Shippuden.
15 years. The Momoshiki arc is 15 years after the Fourth Great Ninja War, I believe.
15 years, okay. Let's say 15 years after, get to a Boruto, and we're introduced to him as a character, and he's not a shinobi at all. He doesn't really know much about ninjutsu whatsoever because he doesn't need to. He doesn't really care about any of it. He's lived in a world of peace his entire life. He's been well fed. He's had a roof over his head. He's been comfortable. He doesn't need any of this stuff. Yeah, it could be cool, but outside of being cool, he has no reason to be a shinobi. Let's say you leave some breadcrumbs in terms of having Naruto tell Boruto it's important for him to become a shinobi because he may not always be there to protect him. And if he's not, or in any situation, he needs to be able to protect everyone else around him and himself, as any kid will probably do. Whatever. His pops is talking and whatnot, in one ear out the other, right? As any 12-year-old would probably do. But you bring that up and you lay that as a foundation. Then you bring up something like, let's say, Momoshiki's invasion, right? I'm just saying this is like a hypothetical like scenario. Like, let's just say like multiverse type shit, right? You bring in Momoshiki. You introduce him. He kind of devastates the village like he originally did. But in this situation, Boruto is completely helpless. Or maybe you don't have to do it with Momoshiki. You can pick and choose whoever the fuck you want to. Basically, give Boruto a reason to become a shinobi. Okay? That would have been way more interesting to follow. One thing that I remember I was thinking about this, like way back when I didn't really even care too much about the Boruto series whatsoever. I was thinking about how could I rewrite this? Okay. If I were to redo this, one thing that I thought about was what if kind of following along this storyline, if let's say Himawari and Boruto, they both didn't become shinobi. They're both comfortable, cool, whatever, right? They didn't really take it that seriously. Whatever, bring in whatever villain you want to. Shit happens. Himawari gets paralyzed from the waist down or some shit like that. Boruto hates the fact that he didn't know any jutsu, he didn't have any kind of ninja training whatsoever to be able to help out. He gives him some kind of motivation to actually become a shinobi, right? Maybe you can start to kind of bring in the scientific ninja tools arc, right? And he thinks to himself, okay, maybe I don't really have to go and work that hard to become a shinobi. Maybe I can just use these scientific ninja tools to just kind of shortcut my way to becoming a powerful shinobi. You can add that in terms of layers to his character. These are the type of things that you can add to a character to build up. And I bring all this type of stuff up to say, and I'm going to bring it back to Himawari, because you referenced how she was at this point in time where she was deciding whether or not she wanted to be a shinobi or not. And I brought up how I wish they explored it more so. Because when you bring in Kurama, you're not gonna bring in Karama to just fucking sit around and just be there. Okay, you're bringing him there because you're essentially saying, yeah, Himawari's gonna go be a shinobi now. No, and it takes away from that choice aspect. It takes away from that necessity of this is the path that I believe is best because of X, Y, and Z circumstances that I've now dealt with in my life, experiences that you've now dealt with. Okay, you remove all of that by just basically here's Karama back now in the story. He's here. Deal with it. Let's rock and roll. Okay.
Yeah, it takes away like from the Himawari. It's like Himawari's not a ninja, or rather relevant because of Himawari and her choices in her path. It's because of Kurama in this case.
Hmm?
That's and unlike Naruto, he had a story with Kurama. Kurama was basically an antagonist for an obstacle for Naruto to overcome in more ways than one. The power sense, which he eventually, I guess, does with KCM 1. But more importantly, as in the character sense, he overcame Kurama the character, Kurama's hatred for humans in this world. He had to work for what, 3/4 of the manga's run to overcome the obstacle that is Kurama, to then use Kurama as a power and character, as a friend. For Himawari, he's just, I'm back, and you know what? You got this, girl. Let's use our power together. It's a...
and then thematically as well. What else does Kurama really have to contribute? I mean, he could be Mr. Miyagi in this sense if you want to. But I bring this, he has nothing else with his storyline to really contribute. His story arc is essentially done.
Yeah, I mean, that's not to say they can't introduce things. I just don't know what they'll introduce.
You're sure? But the thing with characters, and I remember hearing about this, is why I remember just like reading this article about, it was like essentially like writing main characters and like how to properly write them. And I remember one of the key things that I heard about that I read about this article was you want to make them flawed. And I remember when I first saw it, I thought it was interesting because it's like, why would you want to make your character flawed? Your main character, don't you want to make them the best fucking character in the world? But no, it's not. When you actually kind of dive into it, you want to make them flawed because you understand that the journey of a character arc comes from a flawed character. If the character is complete and the character is essentially perfect in all aspects of how they are as a human being, how they respond in certain scenarios, and there is no learning curve, there's nothing to overcome, there's nothing to really learn, they know everything, and what story are you really telling?
Yeah, there's no story
it's just
to tell.
There is no story to tell, So the reason why I bring it up is not to really emphasize it too much, because at the end of the day, Kurama is not a main character. It's not like Kurama's story, we're following Kurama or anything like that. But part of what was so amazing about watching Naruto and Kurama's story was watching these two flawed characters essentially heal each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These two flawed characters that were completely flawed for two different reasons, but their lives were so intertwined. And they essentially had to basically, help each other out and overcome each other's flaws and help each other, go through that process to the point where, we saw so many impactful and important moments from both characters. But you can't forcefully recreate that by just shoehorning those previous characters back into the story. Character arcs are there for a reason. And one thing that I feel like it's more of a current generation. And when I say current generation, I don't mean like, people of the age of, whatever. But I say current generation is in terms of like now storytelling. There seems to be this very reluctant sense of not willing to let an end be an end. I don't know how much of that is influence of audiences. I don't know of how much influence that is of studios, whatever, or money purpose. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's the business, if
One thing
anything.
say it one more time.
I think it's business motivated, if anything.
Maybe so, and it probably is that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I got a sense, at least when watching a lot of the movies and reading the different books that I did growing up, as opposed to now, writers felt more attributed to their piece of artwork. They felt like they would hold their artwork in a higher regard in that sense of letting their story be the story. And that's it. I wrote this story to end in a certain way. I wrote it to start in a certain way, to have certain, character arcs at certain moments in time. I wrote it to end in this specific way, not to go ahead and extend it or to adapt it or move it around for the sake of whatever studio may be involved. And hey, this story is actually a lot more successful than we even thought. Could you write 2 to 3 more seasons? There's not 2 to 3 more seasons to write. There's not. I don't have anything else for you. I can write a new story.
Exactly. It's like the story ended the way it was supposed to.
It ended. Exactly. It's called beginning, middle, and end for a reason. It's done. There's nothing else. I'm not touching it. So I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm wrong, but I felt like there was more of there's a much greater sense of holding one's artwork in a higher regard. You know what I mean? In terms of just letting the work be the work itself and taking it for what it is. And part of the beauty of going back and looking at different pieces of work, like take a Death Note for example, right, is looking at the what if scenarios of what if Light didn't pick up the Death Note, what if L did this, what if L like that's part of the beauty of being able to look back and say, what if this happened, what could happen if this happened instead, right? You can do that with a million different stories. But the whole point is to not actually do that. Okay? Because then you start to detract from the original story that is actually being told there. Or try to appease too many audience in too many different, scenarios at once.
Right.
Like, what are we doing here?
I do think the Boruto movie, specifically the movie here, was a sequel done right for a couple of reasons. First, you take Naruto. We put Naruto in to some extent, a new world. It's the future. He's no longer an orphaned, just kid in his 16 years old, He is now an adult. He is a father. He is a husband. He's the Hokage now. He is in a new environment. The technology is different. Everything is different. He's literally in a different time period. So Naruto is now in a new world. And because of that, we're not regressing, giving him flaws he originally had. We can give him a new flaw in relation to that new world. In this case, his relationship with his children and his job. Balancing a conflict he never had, he never could have in the past because he was a kid. He's not going to have a kid, and he wasn't Hokage, so he's not balancing his job. So he's in a completely new environment.
And to add to that, he didn't have any parents, so he doesn't know what good or bad parenting even looks like to begin with.
So it makes sense for Naruto to have the flaws he does in this movie versus not having them in the past. That works. Furthermore, many, if not almost all, of the themes presented in that movie are either straight up the same or at least heavily coincide with themes from the original story of Naruto. At the end of the movie, we're left with a very similar message about what it means to be a ninja and where true strength comes from. That works in tandem with the original story. So I think it's a sequel done right because it doesn't change, it doesn't conflict, it doesn't do anything to go against the original story. It gives us a future. Hey, what is Naruto up to the future? We got our what if about Hokage adult Naruto and Sasuke in the future. We got our what if.
Exactly.
And it worked in tandem with the original story. And I do think the Boruto movie, the Momoshiki arc, is arguably the best arc of Boruto. The other one would be the Kawaki arc. I do think those work very well for a sequel. But sometimes you run into sequel problems where now you're just telling a story that doesn't work with the previous story, or you're just, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but like you said, sometimes the story was meant to end in a certain way. I think the Boruto movie worked perfectly as a sequel to not only not go against that ending, but even cement it even further. Like, I think it supported the ending of Naruto, and I think it's a very good movie sequel for that reason.
100%, and I really hope they take that route with Kurama in terms of giving him new challenges to overcome as a character. The only issue with that is Kurama is an internal character who doesn't interact with the outside world because, he's a tailed beast, that's a part of a Jinchuriki. Part of the thing with Kurama with the original story was that a lot of his flaws made sense because he had been with so many other people and had experienced humanity for so many years, so that when we were first introduced to the story with Naruto, we could understand a lot of his flaws. The thing is, he's overcome a lot of those issues already. So it's not like it's not like, okay, what can Kurama really kind of experience here? I mean, as I'm like talking about it and thinking about it, I'm assuming some different things that could happen could be, maybe him and Himawari, come across a certain scenario or situation where they both literally are on opposite ends of how to deal with it. And maybe it causes friction between the two to the point where, let's say, I don't know, Kurama's like, you know what? I don't believe you are responsible enough for my power. You're not going to get to access any of this power until you learn. You know what I mean? I'm just making some shit up on the fly.
Yeah.
You could do something like that because at the end of the day, because Kurama does not interact with the outside world, I don't know what actual challenges or anything that he can really experience on his own that can really kind of showcase another flaw. You know what I mean? As opposed to someone like Naruto, who's a regular human being out and about experiencing different things and is in different scenarios to where, okay, all this stuff about you becoming a Hokage, my guy, you got that checked off the checklist. You got that one. What about family man mode? You know what I mean? Are you good with that? A little shaky with that. Let's kind of work on that. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at with Kurama. I'm intrigued. I'll see where it goes, but I don't have quite as much confidence as I do with Naruto in terms of this story being able to present new challenges for Kurama as it could have for Naruto. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because on one hand, Kurama is now in a different environment, a different world, if you will. He's in Himawari instead of Naruto, and he's facing different threats than Naruto ever did in the past. That's all fine and dandy, but, again, like, what is Kurama's character going to be? I feel like Kurama at this point would have to be a static character, because I don't know what change to give him at this. Like, I don't know, like what flaw to give. I don't even know. This is the problem. I don't know what flaw to give Kurama. I can see Kurama being used to showcase Himawari's flaws, but I don't know what flaw to give Kurama.
Exactly. I'm like literally as
He's
you're even
overcome
saying, I
his
was
flaw. His major character arc is complete, and it was fine for him to stick around in Naruto because there was no real reason to write him out. Besides, like, I mean, from a Kurama standpoint, there's reason to write him out for the sake of Kawaki and everyone else, or even for Naruto. But we're bringing him back, so we do need to do something with his character. And, you know, I'm interested to see what it is because I have no clue what I think it's going to be. If it was a new Kurama, I could have gone down the identity path. It's not. I mean, unless Kurama's going to reform his identity as the Himawari Jinchuriki. You know, I don't, that doesn't feel right. So I don't know. Like,
Kamui, have you ever watched any of those like early 2000s X-Men movies?
probably, but my memory of them's too bad. It's not the same as like a lot of the newer Marvel movies where I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what happens here and there. For X-Men, like I know I've watched them, I just don't remember them well enough because it was too long ago when I watched them.
Okay. So the reason why I bring it up is because I actually watched X-Men Days of Future Past yesterday, and it was a way better movie than I even gave it credit for. I don't know why I thought it was like dog shit, and it's actually like really, really good. And the reason why I bring it up is because there's this moment in the movie where Charles Xavier is just completely overwhelmed with just everything that is going on with the mutants, and he's just like fucking like shattered as a person. Like he's not like the classic Charles Xavier uplifting, trying to help people. He's just like just down on himself, period. And the one turning point is this point in the movie where, and this version of Charles Xavier, mind you, that I'm talking about is like very young Charles. Like he's in his 30s or something. And the version that we're all kind of familiar with is him when he's like very old. So in the movie, he has this moment where he essentially time travels and he speaks to his older self, right? And his older self is able to teach him and help him overcome a lot of the issues that his current 30 some odd year self is dealing with. And the movie's actually following his younger version, his younger self, and it actually helps him kind of overcome a lot of those issues to help him kind of progress and help his character arc move along. It was really well done. So the reason why I bring it up is because I think it gives even more credence to what we were talking about in terms of if Kurama had been given a blank slate as a character. Maybe you set up some kind of way where blank slate Kurama can learn from OG with Naruto Kurama. You know what I mean? And have him kind of go through those type of experiences and learn about things from that standpoint. I literally just thought about that. And I think that would be something that would be pretty dope, to be honest. But then again, it kind of makes me come off as a hypocrite a little bit because I just talked about how Kurama should be fucking dead. So
well, a new
I'm just kind of really
he would still be dead, to be fair. Like Kashin Koji doesn't mean Jiraiya's back. It's just, yeah, it's a nod to Jiraiya, but that is not Jiraiya. And we can give them their own unique flaws.
And that's the point though, right? That I think that's one of the main reasons why Kashin Koji works so well. Because while he is Jiraiya, he's not Jiraiya at all. And I think if they literally just took that same approach here, giving Kurama a different personality, or maybe he has some knowledge of his previous version, but not maybe he doesn't know everything. That could have been so much more interesting. Let's say he doesn't know anything about Naruto. Maybe he only knows up to Mito. What if it's something like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's so many ways they
That could
could
have
go
been
about it.
super fucking.
Like,
There's so many ways they could have went about it. Yeah.
and the point is with that, if you give them some sort of blank, I will say doing like, let's just say Kurama has like 20-year amnesia, he would run into the same story arc being told again, which I wouldn't want to do. You got to tell a different story. In this case, give him a different flaw. So I think the blank slate just works better. But like with a blank slate, you have a blank slate. You can do anything. You can give Kurama any flaw in any journey. Like I said, my heart wants the OG Kurama, but from a storytelling perspective, now we're left wondering, what will his flaw be? What will his story be? Or at the very least, how will he serve the greater story? How will he support Himawari's story? So I mean, yeah, it's too soon to say. He just came back. I'll admit that. But I'm left wondering, scratching my head, wondering, what on earth could it be? I have zero clue. I don't know why he's here now versus later. I don't know at all. But I feel like we should have some idea. We don't have to have all the answers. But I do feel like we should have a sense of why he's here and what he can do. But we don't.
So the reason why I brought up, if he had only remembered up to Mito and he just had like 20-year amnesia, it's almost to kind of just lay out it's almost kind of seeing, as you brought up, is essentially could be the same exact story. I actually disagree with that, because as you already pointed out, he's in two different scenarios, different people. And I think it would have been a little bit more interesting. And I'm just, honestly, I think the blank slate scenario would have been the best option. But I bring that one up as well to say it would have been interesting to see just how much it would have changed his character if he had to deal with Himawari over these X amount of years, as opposed to Naruto, and how those different environments and those different scenarios could have changed his character for the better or for the worse. You know what I mean?
I mean, to be ultimately, fair, because the world is different in both Himawari and Kurama's cases, they could end up with a very different story being told, because the villagers aren't going to react, most likely anyway, the same way they did with Naruto. So Himawari is just going to have a different experience. Likewise, because Himawari is different, Kurama could end up at a different endpoint. Even if he starts at the same place, he could have a different endpoint. It might be an even better endpoint. It might be just an equal but different endpoint. But to be, I do agree. Like, it doesn't have to be the same. I would just fear that it's the same.
Ultimately, I think we agree that something else, as opposed to what we've been giving
anything else,
would have been better.
I mean, in all honesty, I don't know about bringing Kurama back. Like I said, I want Kurama back for selfish reasons. The same way I want Pain back, I want Obito back, I want Neji back, I want Jiraiya back, I want all these characters back, I want Zabuza back. But like, I know from a storytelling perspective, they should not be back.
I'm still holding out hope for Shisui, man. I'm still holding out.
Like
someday he's gonna get out that river. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen, hopefully.
But like, I don't think they should be back. Now, to give a different example, obviously hindsight bias, I'm gonna put it out there right now. We already know why it's important, but Kakashi. It was objectively good that Kakashi was revived. Take out Kakashi, Obito's story and dynamic with Naruto becomes less impactful. It was Kakashi and Obito's dynamic was great. You want that in the war arc. You keep Kakashi dead, you don't get that. So Kakashi coming back is very good. I'm not saying they can't do the same thing with Kurama and give him that. Yeah. But what I can say, though, is Kakashi's character, I wouldn't say was necessarily complete, by the pain arc. You could argue whatever, I guess, but I wouldn't say it felt like it was complete full circle. There was still stuff there to work with. There were still mysteries to unravel. Like, with Kurama, though, it just feels very complete. There's just, I don't know. I'm not left asking questions about Kurama and its character. I'm not left wondering where Kurama's character will go. It's just, it felt like he did everything he needed. You know, like Inari in the Land of Waves. I'm not left wondering, like, oh man, Inari's character, it was complete. It was done. And, you know, we moved on. Like, you know, it's just...
Exactly. That's why, you know, we don't hear anything about Inari afterwards. And then when we see him the one time in Shippuden, we're like, oh shit, what's going on, my guy? How have you been? You know, he looks like a complete character. He behaves like a complete character because he's done. He's fine. And we've moved on, like you said, you know? And I'm happy you brought up Kakashi, because if he had died during the entire Pain invasion, it would have been terrible. Not only because Kakashi's a fucking dope-ass character, but there's a lot that was left there that had not been finished with his character. Kakashi, for ages, gave off this sense of like a character who was just, and it was ironic because he was wearing a mask, but as a character who almost kind of put on a smile and wearing a mask, you know, exactly, right? You know, but there was a lot of extra baggage there that has not been actually healed. And he needed to see Obito again, and he needed to talk with Obito again to go through that entire experience and clear that situation out, because that was not only weighing Kakashi down, but it was heavily weighing Obito down as well. So Kakashi being revived was extremely necessary because his character arc was not done as well. You know what I mean? And so, like, to the point now where, go ahead. Yep.
And also, like with Kakashi's case, we also know how Kakashi can support the arcs of Naruto and, in hindsight, Obito as well. So it's not just Kakashi. We also very clearly can get a sense of what he's going to do for the other characters. Or even like Kakashi's feelings on the Sasuke situation. Like, there's a lot of untapped things for Kakashi. But again, with Kurama, we're left wondering, what is he going to do for Himawari? What is he going to do for Jiro? What is he going to do for himself? I don't know. Like,
no, it's I don't know. I brought up an analogy of like playing a video game. It's just like, it's like kind of giving someone who's just like starting out on the game like all the answers and then expecting them to kind of have the same, you know, experience and everything. It's not the case, dude. You like, the literally, as I'm reading like the ending of this chapter 10 manga panel and everything, it's just like, it's like, dude, you're cheating. You can't say that, Kurama. Like, no, that shit you learned with Naruto. Okay, you can't just fucking give her the answers. Okay, you gotta go through some let her go through some experiences. You can't cheat. You're cheating. You can't do that. You know, he's just like, oh yeah, let me just go ahead and bestow all this fucking information and shit that I learned from over hundreds of years. No, dude, what are you doing? No, it's not good writing.
and that's where, like, you know, I hate to say it, but I don't. Especially given Kurama's literal dialogue. Like, I'm not saying... So I want to do preface this by saying Kurama's return does not devalue Baryon Mode Naruto's sacrifice and the impact of Kurama's death on Naruto and, by extension, on the Kawaki. So basically, the code arc. Kurama's return does not devalue the code arc. All of that's the same. Naruto is still weaker. No. That still made Kawaki fear for Naruto's life to the point of desperation and so on. Likewise, Naruto sacrificed Kurama. He sacrificed his friend. He still even know he's back. That's all the same, but I'm still left wondering, why do we bring Kurama back? Because I think that Himawari's just... The whole thing about Himawari's bloodline and her just having power, even if Kurama's chakra is involved in it, that's fine. It helps awaken something new for Himawari. It just works better. Give her the freaking Tenseigan and have her come to terms. Like, I don't know. Like,
anything, as opposed to just kind of rehashing this same story.
Like, it needs to be unique to Himawari. Something that only Himawari can have as a character.
Exactly. You know, one of the biggest complaints that I had about the original Naruto series was the other tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki were not fleshed out enough. Okay, outside of Killer B, and even Killer B, it was like, not really as much as being done here. But outside of Killer B, the rest of the Jinchuriki were not really brought up in the story. Gaara, yes, Gaara, definitely Gaara. But I mean, even then, Gaara's story blasted one arc. You know, I mean, even then, that's fine. Don't get me wrong. At the end of the day, he's not a main character. We don't need the entire story centered around him like he is a main character. But the point is, because none of those other tailed beasts and those other Jinchuriki were actually really fleshed out, this would have been a perfect opportunity to go ahead and do so. You could, and this is kind of where we get into the whole like talking point of you could have went any avenue. That's one thing that we learned at the end of the war arc is that Naruto is what? A link between every single tailed beast. Okay. Well, if he's a link between every tailed beast and he has the chakra of every single tailed beast, well, you know what? You can make some bullshit up and say, hey, guess what? The fifth tail's chakra somehow, some way is now with Himawari. I don't know.
Or that Himawari just became the new meeting place. You know, write it in a way that makes sense and then do something with that.
Yeah. You know, do something, anything, okay? You don't have to bring Kurama back. His story is done, okay? And bringing him back is just, it's so overly forced. I still welcome it, you know? Like, I still welcome it because he's a great character. But there's just so many opportunities for something else to be done.
So I do know that Shukaku mostly gets this point because of the anime where he kind of bonds with Himawari, but ironically, out of all the tailed beasts, I feel like Shukaku is probably the one that works the best to give a story arc to, because first of all, he has a lot of personality, and we can see that he still seems, out of all the tailed beasts anyway, probably distrusts humans the most. Like, I feel like the Four Tails, we got something in the war arc with him and Naruto's relationship, so I feel like the Four Tails is pretty wrapped up too. Most of the other ones we just don't get enough of, and they're also out in the wilderness. But Shukaku, I feel like it's like he doesn't want to be Gaara's Jinchuriki. Like, I feel like we could give him something more easily, and he seems like he would have a flaw. Like, I feel like it would be very believable to give Shukaku some flaws. Now, how is he going to end up in Himawari? I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a sensible explanation besides I don't know what we would do. But I do think he works in the flaw sense and the character arc sense.
And because, so while, and the reason why that even works as well is because Gaara's character arc was already done, his character arc was not handled in the same way that Naruto's was as a Jinchuriki, right? His was more so handled externally with those around him and him learning to kind of embrace the importance of people around him, you know, and learn more about forgiveness, and him healing himself from, you know, all the things that he experienced, right? But it wasn't this kind of, for lack of a better way to really put this, but this kind of like joint healing situation that it kind of was with Naruto and Kurama. Now, granted, that's because Naruto's the main fucking character. I get that. But the reason why I bring it up is because since Gaara's character has been essentially taken care of, with Shikaku was just kind of really left out there to dry, it gives more credence to the fact that his character arc hasn't really been, you know, overhauled and worked through, which makes him a perfect candidate to give him to someone who has very minimal, you know, character work done whatsoever. You know what I mean? So I think it would have been, a great way to at least reintroduce Shikaku back into the story, give him an opportunity to kind of have a character arc and really finish one up. Um, and hey, you can always reintroduce Gara back into the story. You know what I
Well,
mean? Maybe
and
we
they
have
should
some
have done
scenes
that
of
anyway, because like
yeah.
Gara in the so this is a little bit of a derailment, but it's like in
Mhm.
the beginning of the code arc, we're presented with something from the five Kage, which is the world being against Boruto, kind of Naruto for supporting Boruto, being unwilling to kill Boruto, but the world is going to turn on Boruto if he's a threat. And that's an easy way to get Gara involved with anything with Borushiki. And so you could, I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head, but we could tie in anything with Gara, hopefully Shinki too, in a side by side coexistence with anything with Shukaku, while Shukaku's story gets told alongside Himawari's. The thing is that I don't know, the specific plot wise how you're gonna write it, but I do think story wise, Shukaku definitely works.
1000%. And that was it's a very interesting thing as well in terms of like where Gara stands with all this, because right now, you know, the main reason why he was able to essentially overhaul his personality was all because of Naruto, you know? And he talks about how much Naruto, really was able to help him in his life and everything. And right now, Naruto has been dead for about 3 years, and we haven't seen or heard anything from Gaara. That's kind of what I'm talking about in terms of characters not really behaving like how they actually do.
Well, yeah, we should be wondering what does the five Kage think about Naruto allegedly being killed by the kid he adopted?
Like,
We should know how
huh?
they feel about it, especially Gaara.
Thank you.
The Gaara is the one who
Especially,
brings up like half this shit, and he's the one closest to Naruto. We should know what they think about this.
and I keep, maybe I'm being too trusting here. Okay, maybe I'm being too trusting here, but I keep reserving judgment and saying Kishimoto, Ikimoto, they are going to have a plausible and good explanation for what has been going on. Because what we know in universe is there is no way in absolute hell Naruto is gonna get fucking assassinated from Gaara's perspective. And Gaara is just sitting there fucking doing absolutely jack shit. Are you kidding me? Like, what? Are you telling me right now that the Gaara that we know wouldn't have sent the entire fucking sand village to go and assassinate Boruto, basically?
Or even
come on.
especially if you take the novels into account, people like Kuretsuchi, like in the novels, like girl doesn't even like Naruto. What are the other villages gonna do? What are their thoughts? What do their feudal lords think? Are they gonna? You could use this as a means of bringing back into the whole cycle of hatred and war stuff. Like, what will the other villages do with this information? Or maybe they don't know. In that case, how has Shikamaru kept it under wraps so that they don't know? We need some guideline about this.
What
How we're in the situation where like the world has to have an opinion, or Shikamaru has to have hit that opinion, and we don't know how the hell he did that. which I don't get how he would ever do that. Like, does he just tell Gara, sorry, Naruto's just in the bathroom every single time? Like, what are they doing?
Like, yeah, no, I'm just kind of temporarily having my face being carved into the fucking mountain over here. I'm not doing that because I'm actually the Hokage Gara. I'm just kind
Yeah,
of
I just wanted a sculpture. I'm sorry.
exactly. Like, really, that makes a lot of sense. But like, honestly, though, it really doesn't make any sense, and it kind of goes back to that's why I feel like this was kind of rushed in a sense in terms of like not. For instance, right? What if they went about it from a standpoint of, let's say every village when Naruto was there was playing happy go lucky, all on the same side. But in reality, it's because with Naruto and Sasuke, nobody can check those motherfuckers. But with both of them out of commission, what if one of the hidden villages sits there and is like, all right, maybe we can go ahead and take over the league right now? This is the perfect opportunity. There's so many storylines that you can go and explore that's just like not even being touched at all. Like not even
Exactly. And even
hinted.
if you don't want to fully explore that plot point, I do think you should address it. Maybe Kurasuchi brings it up, but Darui shuts it down. A
Right.
simplified Kage summit where it's just discussed. Even
Yeah.
that is something. And it makes
Yeah.
sense. Like, we shouldn't be wondering, well, why don't they? I mean, it should be addressed or it should be blatantly obvious, and I don't think it is. That's where you run into the problem with stuff like that. And also, those just work as good storylines. Like, it just works for something, an actual challenge for people to overcome. If Boruto, that's something for Boruto to try to fight. Like, not only did I not kill my dad, don't do this because I want to protect the world and I don't want you guys fighting. So he's got two different avenues in which he's trying to fight for: A, not having war, and B, his identity. He didn't actually kill his dad. Like, that works.
It's there's just so much there, and it's like, and I kind of compare it to Hashirama in a sense because we obviously don't know exactly when Hashirama died. I know he died sometime during the first war.
Yeah, it was during the
Um,
first war, but we don't even know how.
but his presence essentially was able to bring some level of, stability, at least, for certain moments in time. So when his death occurred, it put the Hidden Leaf Village in a very weakened state, and yeah, sure, Tobirama took over right after, but everyone knows, Tobirama is not Hashirama at the end of the day. Not say he isn't a powerful shinobi in his own right, but it is what it is. So, and the reason why I bring it up is because that plot point is explored, throughout the Second War, you know, where we see a lot of the other villages are just a lot more bold in terms of how they respond to not only each other but to Konoha as well. And granted, I know we're in a time period of peace, and I know the current Kage that are in charge right now aren't from the previous generations of current, war torn settlements and this constant battling and whatnot. Like they're Naruto's generation of like him and Darui and Kurotsuchi and all those guys, like they're not that old. You know what I mean? They're not from that generation. They're still from a relatively still violent, but not nearly as violent. We're not talking like Warring States period violence, so they're not that jaded. So I get that. But there's still, what if, let's say, the village elders of other villages convinces the current Kage of that time period to go and take advantage of the fact that Naruto is not available to go and take out the hidden leaf.
And
You know,
like, for
because
example, in Naruto, they actually addressed this very exact idea after Hiruzen's death when Orochimaru nearly destroyed the village. Tsunade didn't
exactly.
want that to happen. So she specifically sent all the Jonin on a million S-rank missions to basically make it seem like A, the village is fine, and B, not only is it fine, we are very capable. We are over here dishing out S-rank missions left and right. Like, we are good. You don't want to mess with us. But in this case, we don't know. Did Shikamaru do something like that? Like, we don't know. It's not addressed.
And it gives credence to, like, let's say the Sasuke retrieval arc, because from the outside looking in, you're like, okay, why are a bunch of Genin and 12-year-olds going after a rogue shinobi? Even though I know that rogue shinobi's another 12-year-old himself, but if you're trying to ensure that this kid gets his way back to the fucking village, wouldn't you send some Jonin? Yeah, well, they kind of can't ish right now because they really don't fucking have anybody.
Dude, think about it. They could have done they could have just literally, you want to write out the old gen, you could have done it in the exact same fucking way. Copy the template of Naruto. All they have to do is do the same thing. Shikamaru explains at some point, like, hey, Choji, keep all the ninja. They're out doing S-rank missions because Naruto's dead and we don't want to risk anything. Like I know Gaara's got our back, but if you have Shikamaru, especially given the freaking Shikamaru novel, Shikamaru does not trust Kurt, Tsuchi, and Chojuro after that novel. Literally make a callback to that. Have Shikamaru say, like, I'm very weary of the Stone Village and Mist Village making a move. I have all the ninja, all of their top Jonin on these S-rank missions, whatever, so that they don't mess with us. And then we know why they're not there. We know why Sarada has to deal with Hidari instead of the combination of Tenten, Choji, Rock Lee, and everyone. Like, because they're gone. Just a pain arc. Might Guy, team guys on a mission. We know that. We see it. This is such copy Naruto, bro. This really works.
You just copy your own story, and it's like as we discuss this stuff. And I'll kind of wrap it up here with this, but as we discuss this stuff, I honestly get annoyed because it reminds me of the Minato manga, and I don't know what your general thoughts are with that.
I liked it because there was a story being told, unlike Two Blue Vortex.
I feel like the wrong story was being told, or at least a story that we really didn't need to hear. Was my overall issue. Like one of my main things was that when we heard that the Minato manga was going to be announced, I was like so hyped because I'm like, there's so many things about Minato. You could literally take this and expand upon the Namikaze clan. You could take this and expand upon him learning Flying Raijin. Okay. There's so much you can talk about, and it's like, no, we're gonna talk about him making the Rasengan, even though we already basically know how he fucking made the Rasengan. You just added some extra details with that, and expanded upon some stuff with Kushina. It's
so the Minato manga, the best way to think about it is really like a feel-good chapter.
You could have seen him learning Sage Mode. You didn't get to see that either.
Yeah, so it didn't give us plot questions that we didn't know. It didn't give us technically new information. What it did was just tell a story, a love story. And it did it with something Kishimoto liked and already had. So it wasn't new information. It was just a feel-good story. And if you look at it from that approach, I think you can appreciate the storytelling of the Minato manga, as long as you just overlook the desire for new information. Because no, it didn't really give us much new information. I mean, yeah, sure, there's some new information, but it didn't teach us, how did Minato learn Flying Raijin? What's some secret stuff about the Uzumaki clan? What's Kurama's backstory or something? It didn't give us new information that, hungry fans want. But it did tell a complete and I think compelling story, even if the plot may not be the most interesting to you. I think the story is all there. So I liked it because of that.
100%, and I get that. And if you're judging it as a standalone story in and of itself, for sure. Problem is, you can't really judge it as a standalone story because even the way that it was announced was not. And maybe look, at the end of the day, implication can be interpreted by anyone in any certain way, but I would think the general interpretation from when the Minato, or not the Minato manga, but the fact that a new manga panel was going to be, released, not a manga panel, a manga chapter, I should say, a standalone chapter. The general thought was that this is going to be an opportunity to speak about a character who has not been fleshed out in the original story. This was an opportunity to get new information and for us to learn more about this universe that we care so much about, right? That was why, and why there was so much discussion in terms of like who to vote for and why there were so many different like essentially campaigns to make sure we push this certain character and get this certain character, like me specifically, I wanted to learn either a shit ton more about Minato in those instances that I already talked about, or Hashirama and the first fucking war. Or like my
Yeah.
main two, or like what, like my main two. Like I wanted to learn, like I wanted to see, like, can we see Kakuzu versus Hashirama? Are you kidding me right now? Like that would have been the dopest shit in the world. You know what I mean?
I think with Hashirama in particular, it would have been, no matter how you slice it, you probably would have, I think it would have been necessary to give us the new information we want as Hungry fans, because, well, we already know his story from the Naruto manga itself. So if you're going to remove that, all we have are things we don't know. Minato, I guess there was the opportunity to do what they did. I don't see that opportunity with someone like Hashirama. Like, so part of it is just who won. It could have they could have done both things, tell a story like the one they did while also giving us new info. I think Kishimoto, well, A, he wanted Kurama to be heavily involved, and B, I think my boy liked his Rasengan, and he just really would. I think that's just what Kishimoto wanted to do so bad, and that's what it was. And I think fans were expecting something a lot different from what Kishimoto wanted. That's where a lot of people got disappointed, if I had to guess anyway.
Which is, I mean, honestly, this really shouldn't even take some kind of thing like, I think it was done for the 25th anniversary, right?
20th, I believe.
20th, okay. But does it really have to even take that for, like, honestly, every once in a while, and I don't even mean frequently, like literally every once in a while.
Like every 5 years.
Like literally, every once in a while, go ahead and drop a standalone story about a certain moment in time that hasn't really been covered in the main story. That'd be so dope.
I would love it. Like,
I would
literally. Those chapters aren't that long. Like Minato manga is what, 50 pages? I don't even remember. But like, like once a year even would be doable. But like once every couple, like they could easily make it a regular thing. And honestly speaking, even if you go with once a year, like with how many characters of interest there are, 50 years later, Kishimoto's dead before we finish doing this. That's with once a year.
Yeah.
All he's got to do, like, bro's not drawing the Boruto manga. We know that. I'm doubtful that he's writing the Boruto manga. I think bro's got time to do this shit. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Just like, and I keep going back to those comments that I remember him hearing about Kurama. I don't think, and honestly, at the end of the day, he's the writer, so I don't think the writer can ever truly understand where the fans are coming from in regards to their work because they're just not in the same position and they never really will be. But I just feel like he really doesn't know what the fans actually like in terms of characters. Like I remember him saying one thing that really stood out to me was him talking about how shocked like people wanted to see Minato. I was like, why?
It's like, yeah,
Minato
how
is
do you
one of
not
the
know that he's
dopest,
one of the coolest characters?
and Kishimoto was like, "Wait, you guys like Minato? What the fuck? Really? I mean, I guess I can write that. I thought you guys like Kurama. I think Kurama's dope. I'm like, we think Kurama's dope too, but like, what are you talking about with me? Minato's dope as shit too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Minato's alright or whatever. I'm like, what? So like I bring that up to say like I don't know how much he even really kind of like, knows what fans actually like in terms of like the characters, and I bring it up to mainly say his characters are way more dope than I even think he gives them credit for.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking. Like if you brought I really feel like if you were to bring up the idea of like, hey, what about like once every 2 years you write like a Hashirama story and then maybe you throw Tobirama after another 2 years and then maybe give like an offshoot Shisui story or something. I genuinely feel like most of those characters he'd be sitting there like, why the fuck would anyone want to hear about those characters?
Yeah.
And we'd be sitting there and we'd be literally sitting there like, what are you talking about? These characters are dope as shit. You know what I mean? But it kind of goes back to what I was talking about. Disconnect between the writers and the readers. It's just I think it's just something that's just there, to be honest. Like it is what it is. He's never going to be the person like an actual viewer or reader and really be able to get it from that standpoint because he's the one that's actually made these characters, you know. So he maybe just had certain ideas in terms of how he was going to have their characters, and he may look at it a certain way, but you know, at the end of the day, I sincerely, I should say, doubt that Kishimoto is, you know, checking out YouTube videos and comments and shit. It's like, oh, that's what you guys think of Tobirama. I didn't know that. What the fuck is going on here?
I'd be
I
very
think
curious to see what he
wrote-
thinks about people's thoughts on Boruto.
That's what I'm saying. That'd be dope. But honestly, I think he just does his thing and then just goes on about whatever the hell he does. To be
Yeah.
honest, I don't think he pays.
He's not
hold
paying
on any of
attention
this
to
shit.
what the Western fans of all people are saying.
No. That's why I think he was really shocked about it. He was probably like one of the first times he like really was like sitting there like hearing people's like discourse about what they thought about his characters, especially like from the West and whatnot. He's like, the fuck, you guys really like this guy? This character? Like, what? Why? He's okay. Like, he's not that cool. And we're over here like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think part of that, in the case of Kurama, there's a little bit of bias, like because his original story, like if you read the pilot chapter he wrote, was like he wanted to make Naruto and Minato actual foxes, like. So I think he just has Kishimoto just liked that idea. You know, Kurama's like the first and last panel of the Naruto manga. Like you can just tell he just likes Kurama. You know, of course, he just thought everyone did because he just personally did. But you know what? By comparison, a lot of people I've actually talked to, including myself, love Kimimaro. I don't know if Kishimoto cares about Kimimaro really.
Exactly.
We just happen to like a character, and it's like everyone's just got their own opinion. Like, you know, I'm one of the only people who loves Dosu, the freaking guy with the sound device on his arm, okay? Not many people give a shit about him, but you know what? I would love a one-shot chapter about Dosu as Kimimaro, you know? Like...
you know, and I think Kimimaro is a perfect example of that, where it's just like he probably just wrote Kimimaro. I'm not saying he just kind of put it like whatever, but he's definitely the example of the type of character who like someone asked for like more content centered around Kimimaro, I genuinely think he'd be sitting over there like, why? Like, why would anyone read that? I want to make something that people would actually like read. Why would anyone read that? I don't think he's that interesting. And then there'd be a lot of people like, he's super dope as a character. Why would you not? So, end of the day, it's just it boils down to each person, to be quite honest. But at the end of the day, I just hope as well that they start to really just handle these characters a little bit better, and hopefully, I was and I was really kind of optimistic as well earlier on when I was reading some of these chapters because I'm thinking, okay, this is an opportunity to not only just continue to tell a very interesting and unique story, but maybe kind of correct some of the mistakes that were done with Shippuden as well. And it looks like not only are those mistakes not really being corrected, but if anything, some of the good is starting to be undone.
Yeah.
Um, which is a whole another problem, in and of itself. But
I
any
think the
lasting thoughts that
first. I mean, I think the first 5 chapters of Two Blue Vortex were, for the most part, pretty solid. Like, it was more the last 5 chapters where I think they really started to run into more problems. I will say chapter 2 would be the exception, part 1, or of the first 5 chapters. That's just a recap chapter. There's nothing good to say about chapter 2. I hate to say it. But chapters 1, I mean, I guess never mind. We already had flaws with chapters 1. But chapter 4 was great.
yeah,
But it's really the last
1000%.
5 chapters where I'm like really scratching our heads because of like, okay, what is the story? Why are we making these weird contradictory things? Again, they have a chance to save pretty much all of these. I think the Ada thing works for the omnipotence contradictions. I think we just need to be presented with Boruto's stance on something. I think the identity thing is probably our best bet at this point. Give Boruto an opinion, have Kawaki counter that, have Jiro perhaps counter that. Just give us a clash of ideology of some sort. And then we're fine.
Something.
And also make the deaths mean something,
Yes.
Make us care.
Please, come on. I'm getting sick and tired of fucking deaths just for the sake of deaths. I hate when you might as well just keep the character alive. Don't kill a character. Kill a character. Because I know when they fucking do that shit and it's annoying. It's almost like you're filling a quota. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, we just gotta kill this character. We gotta kill a character to make it mean something. No, you don't. A death in and of itself does not make anyone care. Okay?
Right.
That's not how any of that shit works. Okay? Write characters properly. Give them some kind of story arc. If you're gonna kill them, it can mean something. Okay? So last thing I'll say is what do you think the story does with him? And just a little bit about where you think this next dimension. This is more of like a personal thing,
With
honestly.
who? Sorry,
I say it's
I
more,
didn't hear what you said.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is more of a personal thing, to be quite honest. Because this was like one of my really biggest hopes of Two Blue Vortex when I first heard about it being announced. I'm just so fascinated with the whole Chibai plot line. What dimension is he at? Who is he like as a character? All that type of shit. So I guess just to really kind of finalize everything here, where do you think the story kind of just you can just go hypothetical here, to be honest. Where do you think the story really goes with his character?
Honestly, it's really hard to say because we just don't know enough. As far as where he is, I do think you could go the route of the Pure Lands in some shape, form, or fashion. Not necessarily say that he just died and that just is what it is, but that just ties into a land we know of. You could just have it be a new dimension. It's hard to say what they'll do there. I don't know what story we're going to do with him because I hate to say it, first of all, we don't know Boruto's thoughts on certain things for Shibai to clash with, or if Shibai is even going to be antagonistic. Is Shibai going to be an antagonist, or is he just going to be like a neutral person? Like it's so hard to say. Right now, he's just a concept, but at some point, I want more than Shibai the concept. I want Shibai the character. But I just don't know, because Shibai could easily be a greedy, evil character. He could easily be a very methodical, clever, thought-provoking character. It's so hard to say. I want him to be a little bit unique from what we've gotten from Momoshiki, Ishiki, Kinshiki, Arashiki. Like, I want him to have something, not just his power, but like unique in his thought process. But I don't know what that would consist of.
If I were to ever assume that there's a character that could be like Pain, it would probably be Chibai. And the reason why I bring that up is that deity complex that
I figure you're gonna go with that. The man who became God, like type of thing. They did the same thing with Pain. In fact, it's like an episode titled "The Man Who Became God" with Pain.
Yeah, no, honestly, like, it's because of, and this is honestly a kind of like an offshoot thought that I had with the Rinnegan, and how like, the Rinnegan was really the introduction of this whole Dragon Ball Z type bullshit power system that we now have with the whole with jutsu and everything. But the Rinnegan really kind of introduced that, and my main reasoning behind that is because it raised the power level that was required to beat higher echelon villains way too high than standard strategic, you know what I mean? Like kind of ground level, utilizing your kunai and whatnot.
It was when the start of godhood in general. Like
it was, because I mean, you can literally just look through the entire Pain arc and just see how every regular shinobi couldn't do jack shit. Okay, and this is someone who is just a regular fucking person with the Rinnegan. You know what I mean? When you talk about someone like Chibai who can use Shinjutsu entirely, that's something to a whole other scale. So I think if you're gonna go that route in terms of really introducing Chibai as a character, maybe I'm spoiling myself in a sense by almost talking about it so much. But I think I don't want to say the only way his character can work, but when you build him up to be this deity amongst deities in a sense, it'd be very hard for me to really grasp that he would have anything short of that deity type of complex.
Yeah, like what other flaw are we gonna give him?
Say it one more time.
Like, what other flaw are we gonna give him at that point? Like,
exactly. Like honestly, So I think he's the perfect type of character to basically make him like Pain times 10. Because at the end of the day, Nagato was no type of deity, but this guy may actually think he can. He is that, and has way more power than Nagato ever had. So it'd be very interesting to see what they do with his character. Do you have any lasting thoughts, Kamui, in terms of just the whole chapter? Or not the whole chapter, the whole fucking 10 chapters.
I was gonna say about Shibai real quick. I mean, you could definitely do something. This fits in line with a lot of Naruto writing, like where the whole godhood complex ends up like putting a mask over who Shibai really is. Like maybe like he develops like this pseudo identity that's not his true self and have that play into things. Like, Nagato, kind of loses sight of who Nagato was in
Mhm.
place of this god that isn't in himself. You know what I mean? You know, so you could easily do something similar in that regard. Then of course Kabuto has the same problem. Obito, a lot of characters have the same problem, but with Shibai, it's difficult to pinpoint the specifics, But I could see that working, but beyond that, I have nothing. But yeah, I
The
mean, the
problem,
overall thoughts in chapter 10, I feel like we've hammered it home.
yeah, the thing with that is that though, like Nagato, at the end of the day, was a regular human being. Believe that he essentially rose to god status, right? The thing with that is that when you compare it to these Otsutsuki, they literally think that they are deities. Like from every single one, like essentially behave like one. Like from Kaguya to Ishiki to Momoshiki, they all carry themselves with a level of just dominance over humanity. You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
the point where if you look at Chibai, who has essentially been built up to be the deity amongst those deities, it would be very hard for me to believe that he would have some kind of at least more down to earth personality when literally we've heard that he transcended this plane. You know what I mean?
I know it's hard to
Um,
imagine like just what this guy's personality would be like.
that's that's what I'm saying, which makes it so fascinating because it's just like, who the fuck is this guy? Where is he at? How is he like? What is he doing right now? What does he plan on doing? There's just so many questions, and it's one of the main reasons why I was just so interested in whenever this manga was going to be released. When I remember when I first heard about it, so hopefully we see it.
I mean, I think
Hopefully
they
we
could
see it.
very easily use Jura in the Shinju as somewhat of a segue to that. Specifically how, who knows? But like, I think they can
Uh,
definitely guide us there with these characters. We just have to see how they want to approach it and how long they want to take doing so. Are they just going to rush to it, like
yeah,
Karama? Or are they going to build to it slowly and slowly and slowly? I hope they build to it, but
I think, and maybe this is just me being fixated too much on chapter 10, but I feel like they're going to take a pessimistic Merriwim type approach in terms of where Jura's character arc is going to go. In terms of, we already kind of compare them in terms of how they are very similar as characters. They're very inquisitive. They're almost like these grown adults, but also like newborn children in a sense. Um, and while Merriam was built up to be someone who's supposed to be basically this domineering, very evil and sadistic person, he doesn't end up like that because of his inquisitive nature, and he learns so much, especially due to what is her name?
oh, Komugi,
Um
Udi told me in
Komugi,
chat.
perfect. Especially due to Komugi, right? What if the contrast of that happens with Jura? The sense of maybe not to the extent of someone that really influences his personality to that extent in terms of how that went, but I don't know, just like a major influence of like his perspective on humanity. And the reason why it's not necessarily the same is because Barry essentially went from like being on one end of the spectrum to the opposite end by the time of his death. Jorah's already pretty fucked up. So he's already kind of like already like he's not some like really good person, you know what I mean, or anything like that, who's like gonna become like tainted over time or anything like that. he's
Yeah,
already
he's
kind
starting
of
like Meruem. He's starting out on Demon Time.
yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So he seems to kind of be getting worse, honestly. You know what I mean? So that'll be really interesting to kind of see where that carries on.
Yeah, no, Jiro is
Um,
honestly like of all the people, the one I'm just the most interested in following right now. Um,
yeah,
because he's just interesting. Like I'm interested in Jiro. He's one of the highlights of Two Blue Vortex.
we'll see when where the story goes from chapter 11, whenever that's released.
Yeah.
Any lasting thoughts?
Nah, I feel like we've covered it. Obviously, we did not do 1 hour. This was 5 hours,
Right.
but
It is what it is, man. I honestly, I quickly figured, especially with how much time we spent on like chapter one itself,
I
I was
know I
like,
was like, yeah, it's
this
gonna
is
be long, but it was good. I was like, I'm not gonna end it.
well, we got nothing else, So be easy, everyone. Take care. Common, we already mentioned. Follow him, subscribe. Common Dimensions. Subscribe to me at Jiro Vids. See y'all later. Take it easy.
Have a good one.